This bloodline aura belongs to Lord Wuheng. True God Tian Fa's expression turned to shock as he looked at Zhao Feng's purple and gold finger that was radiating a terrifying, desolate aura. You idiot! You're just wasting that drop of blood essence. True God Tian Fa swore as he looked at Zhao Feng's finger with greed. A drop of blood essence from the god corpse was a peerless treasure even for a true god. Boom! Pong! Bam! Zhao Feng's index finger had merged with 30% of the god blood's power. At this moment, when he used a technique from the wind lightning raging finger, its power was on par with true god Tian Fa's attack. From the looks of it, the effect of this drop of god blood surpasses my imagination by far. Zhao Feng's heart shook. Zhao Feng die. All your treasures shall be mine. True God Tian Fa revealed a cruel killing intent. Over the past few years, he had used up all his wealth to reach the level of a sacred king. Without a divine weapon, he wouldn't be a match for the strongest demigods of the Great Gone Lord dynasty. But killing a normal demigod was extremely easy. He originally planned to kill Zhao Feng and leave this dimension, but Zhao Feng was far stronger than he expected. If True God Tian Fa continued to fight with Zhao Feng like this, it might attract the other sacred kings and demigods of the continent zone. So True God Tian Fa decided to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Sky Dragon Ambush. True God Tian Fa's spear suddenly created a terrifying momentum that shook heaven and earth. Boom! The image of a black dragon roared and charged toward Zhao Feng. Earth-destroying finger. Zhao Feng's finger released a powerful surge of wind lightning that contained a dominating intent. Wang Shu. Limitless scarlet lightning formed a storm and shot out like a giant pole of heaven. Boom! The two powers clashed. Bam! Zhao Feng's earth-destroying finger was destroyed by the black dragon image, and the remaining power shot toward Zhao Feng. As expected of a technique that surpasses the heaven tier, Zhao Feng's mastery of battle techniques was on par with True God Tian Fa. But the wind lightning raging finger was simply weaker in terms of ultimate moves. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng activated his sacred lightning body and circulated the earth of wind lightning sacred power. A dark yellow sacred power of wind lightning appeared around Zhao Feng's body and transformed into a piece of armor that radiated an invisible force of gravity. The remaining force of True God Tian Fa's attack was weakened by this gravity when it approached Zhao Feng and then destroyed by the God Tribulation Lightning when it landed on Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body now contained the destructive power of God Tribulation Lightning, so all his sacred lightning body battle techniques were strengthened. How is that possible? True God Tian Fa's expression became extremely grim after the surprise passed. Normal demigods would have been severely injured if not killed by his attack. But Zhao Feng easily took the blow and didn't seem to be injured at all. True God Tian Fa had underestimated Zhao Feng's strength and the rate of his growth. One had to know that Zhao Feng had defeated Demigod Dark Ocean 3 years ago. Zhao Feng would be able to easily kill Demigod Dark Ocean if they fought now. He would even be able to fight against Demigod Dragon Emperor. Divine Technique, Dark Soul Ambush. True God Tian Fa's expression became extremely ugly as a unique power undulated in his soul. True God Tian Fa stopped being careless. Since Zhao Feng's physical defense was so strong, then he could only use soul attacks. He had to kill Zhao Feng quickly in order to make sure that the fight didn't drag out and attract the other demigods of the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Indeed, everything went the way True God Tian Fa expected. When Zhao Feng and True God Tian Fa started to fight, the shocking battle had attracted many intelligence-gathering cultivators. News of what was happening here was already quickly spreading across the various provinces of the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Whoosh! Wang! A dark chaotic soul blast shot out from True God Tian Fa's soul. This dark soul attack was profound. It traveled at extremely quick speed toward Zhao Feng in an overbearing manner. Hee. Now I can test my soul eye bloodline techniques as well. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile as he faced True God Tian Fa's soul attack. All of Zhao Feng's aspects had increased by leaps and bounds after being in seclusion for so long. But Zhao Feng had only tested the sacred lightning body and wind lightning raging finger so far. Why is he smiling? True God Tian Fa, who was extremely confident, suddenly lost that confidence when he saw Zhao Feng reveal a smile. My soul intent is close to the level of a true god. No one on this continent can withstand it. He's definitely bluffing. True God Tian Fa told himself, but a sudden surge of eye intent appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye and caused True God Tian Fa's expression to change dramatically. Wang! Shu! Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with countless bolts of white lightning as a destructive power appeared. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng used part of the God Tribulation Lightning from his lightning soul body and focused it into his left eye. Boom! A ball of destructive and blazing God Tribulation Lightning symbols landed on True God Tian Fa's soul. At the same time, True God Tian Fa's soul attack landed on Zhao Feng's soul. Wang! Boom! Almost 5,000 God Tribulation Lightning symbols flashed with a golden white light in Zhao Feng's lightning soul body and radiated a destructive force of lightning that could suppress ghosts and gods alike. Most of True God Tian Fa's soul attack was destroyed by the God Tribulation Lightning symbols. A small amount entered Zhao Feng's left eye, but it was like rocks entering the ocean. There was no disturbance at all. On the other side, True God Tian Fa's head burst with pain as he screamed out. How is this possible? How come my soul attack was ineffective? Do you have a soul-defending divine weapon? True God Tian Fa looked at Zhao Feng in fear. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. A surge of eye intent once again appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye. Boom! Another ball of God Tribulation Lightning symbols exploded in True God Tian Fa's face. Arg! The injury from a moment ago hadn't recovered yet, and True God Tian Fa was suddenly hit by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique once more. The pain was so bad that he wanted to die. Master True God Tian Fa's soul was once at the level of a rank 3 True God. Although he was severely injured by you all last time and his soul dropped to just below a True God, it's still very difficult to kill him. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said from inside the misty spatial world. Rank 3 True God? Zhao Feng was surprised. He didn't expect True God Tian Fa to be so strong at his peak. The soul of a true god was indeed very difficult to kill. If that's the case, then I have to kill you. Zhao Feng's expression changed as he released a surge of killing intent. Zhao Feng would enter the ancient desolate realm of gods sooner or later. If True God Tian Fa returned to the ancient desolate realm of gods, he would definitely lead the people behind him to deal with Zhao Feng. True God Tian Fa himself could also use his true power in the ancient desolate realm of gods. So Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to fight back. Illusion Soul Blast. Eye of Ice Soul. Forbidden Illusion Lost World. Zhao Feng circulated the god's spiritual eye and kept on attacking True God Tian Fa. Arg! Stop! True God Tian Fa cried out in pain. He regretted the fact that he used a soul attack on Zhao Feng a moment ago. He never expected Zhao Feng's soul attacks to be so strong either. One had to know that while True God Tian Fa's cultivation was currently rather low, his soul intent was close to the level of a true god. At this moment, although Zhao Feng's soul attacks couldn't destroy his soul, they were able to damage his soul and cause great pain. Who? True God Tian Fa merged a chaotic ball of divine power into his spear and threw it. Boom! Pong! The golden spear exploded when it approached Zhao Feng, and a terrifying blast of divine power devoured heaven and earth and spread out in every direction. Shua! A triangular piece of metal appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng had the advantage in terms of the soul, but Zhao Feng had to use his divine weapon to face True God Tian Fa's ultimate physical attack. The triangular piece of metal in Zhao Feng's hand instantly turned into a black shield and blocked the storm of destruction. Dark Cloud Flash. True God Tian Fa turned into a black mist, merged into space, and flashed away. That is... True God Tian Fa saw the black shield in Zhao Feng's hand before he left, and his eyes widened in shock. I didn't think that item would be in your hands. True God Tian Fa instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that the item he needed to complete his task was in Zhao Feng's hands. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng could even use it as well. Where do you think you're running to? A faint mental energy undulation flashed through Zhao Feng's left eye and left behind a mark of the God Eye on True God Tian Fa. Come out! Zhao Feng immediately summoned the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Yes, Master. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon obviously knew what Zhao Feng wanted. Wang. Black flames arose around the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon as it turned into a 500-yard-long black dragon and chased after True God Tian Fa with Zhao Feng on top of it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's true power surpassed True God Tian Fa's by a lot, but it was still heavily injured and had a damaged foundation. Sky-locking bow. A dark silver bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, who was currently standing above the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. With a whoosh, a dark arrow of light shot through the air and pierced through True God Tian Fa's chest. With such a powerful flying steed, Zhao Feng only needed to focus on attacking. In the sky far away, a bald elder and several emperors were speeding through the sky. The bald elder was the Grand Elder of the Divine Wind Tower, a 3-star power in Yu Province. When news of the battle next to the Hall of Gods spread to the Divine Wind Tower, the bald elder decided to check it out. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura appeared in heaven and earth in the distance. Whoosh! A dark flash of light left behind a series of afterimages in the air. Whoosh! Boom! The Grand Elder and the Emperors of the Divine Wind Tower instantly spat out mouthfuls of blood and stopped moving as their bodies started to tremble. Who was that person? The bald elder had a face full of relief. The emperors behind him were dazed and unable to calm down. At that instant just now, they felt like they died. Right when they let out a breath, a giant flame flashed through the air. The terrifying aura of destruction radiating from it could kill late-stage sacred lords. A 500-yard-long black dragon radiating fire was chasing after that streak of light. On top of the giant dragon was a male with golden hair. He was surrounded in dark golden lightning and had a cold expression as killing intent flickered through his eyes. It was like he was a god of war riding a dragon. That's the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The bald elder couldn't speak properly as he started to tremble. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was an existence that could bring disaster to the continent zone, but he saw that there was a human figure on top of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Isn't that Zhao Feng, the Grand Elder of the Hall of Gods? The bald elder couldn't believe it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon that had a wisp of the Destruction Dragon race bloodline had bowed under Zhao Feng's feet. Sky-locking bow. Zhao Feng stood on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head and used the sky-locking bow to continuously attack True God Tian Fa. Since there was still some distance between Zhao Feng and True God Tian Fa, he had to use the sky-locking bow to attack him from afar. The sky-locking bow couldn't deal much damage to True God Tian Fa since he was rather strong, but every little bit added up. If this continued, the injuries would become more severe, and it would start to affect True God Tian Fa's speed. Wang! Shu! Zhao Feng unleashed a surge of soul fire into the arrow on the sky-locking bow. With a wang, the arrow shot through the air and pierced through True God Tian Fa's chest. See! A soul attack? True God Tian Fa exclaimed. He used some medicine to recover his injuries before continuing to run away. Whoosh! True God Tian Fa turned back into a black mist that hid into space and flashed away. A giant dragon radiating scarlet-black flames followed. Chase after him. Let's see where he can run to. Zhao Feng's expression became cold. Zhao Feng was using the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon to fly, whereas True God Tian Fa was escaping with his own power while injured. Their situations were completely different. Through the continent zone, the pursuit extended from Yu Province to the inner continent. Heaven and earth darkened, and mountains and rivers shattered wherever they went. Of course, news of this battle had spread across the continent zone long ago, so the forces in the path of where these two were heading had retreated long ago in case they were accidentally killed. One day, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon flew over the territory of the Dong family, which was one of the 8 big families. In the distance, the upper echelon of the Dong family looked at Zhao Feng in shock. I didn't think that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had really been tamed by Zhao Feng. The Grand Elder's expression turned to shock. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon represented destruction and oblivion, But now it was a human steed? But who is Zhao Feng chasing after? I've never seen such a person in the continent zone before. The upper echelon of the Dong family obviously couldn't tell who true God Tian Fa was. However, even if they couldn't recognize him, just the steed beneath Zhao Feng's feet could shock the entire continent zone. In the past, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had managed to escape from the combined forces of the Grand Imperial Hall and Sky Suspension Palace, two 4-star powers. Demigod Dragon Emperor had personally fought against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon during the war, but the latter still managed to escape. It was hard to imagine what kind of methods the Hall of Gods had to capture the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and tame it. No other force in the entire Lord Dynasty could do the same. The Dong family will show its goodwill to the Hall of Gods after this. The Grand Elder of the Dong family made a stunning decision, but no one from the Dong family said anything. Apart from this pursuit, the Great Gon Lord Dynasty paid a lot of attention to Demigod Dragon Emperor's true god lightning tribulation. In a barren ground of Gon Province, lightning flashed across the dark skies. The earth shook as surges of God tribulation lightning pressured all the beings within several dozen thousand miles. This was where Demigod Dragon Emperor's tribulation was taking place. Two demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall guarded the northern and western sides, while various other members of the Grand Imperial Hall guarded the eastern and southern sides. The lightning in the sky started to slowly calm down, and the aura of destruction faded away. From the looks of it, Demigod Dragon Emperor succeeded. Luckily, no accidents happened. The two demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall messaged one another. At the center of the God Tribulation Lightning Grounds was Demigod Dragon Emperor. He was scorched black, but he opened his bright eyes. Success. After the God Tribulation Lightning, the aura of ancient desolate origin is now in my body. Demigod Dragon Emperor was extremely excited. He could faintly sense a mysterious destination in the center of the fan universe through his soul. Although my sacred body was heavily injured by the God Tribulation Lightning, it will soon turn into a divine body. Demigod Dragon Emperor inspected his tattered body and wasn't worried at all. It would be safest to travel to the ancient desolate realm of gods when his sacred body turned into a divine body. At that point, it would be impossible for Demigod Dragon Emperor to remain in the continent zone even if he wanted to. There's still some time till my sacred body turns into a divine body. Soon, I'll take over the Hall of Gods and shock the entire Great Gon Lord Dynasty. Demigod Dragon Emperor was full of smiles. Apart from the fact that his sacred body hadn't become a divine body yet, all his other aspects had reached the level of a true god. At this moment, he was the strongest person in the continent zone. Even Demigod Dark Dragon wouldn't dare to fight against him. Zhao Feng, wait for True God Dragon Emperor's punishment. True God Dragon Emperor couldn't help but roar with laughter. Right at this moment, True God Dragon Emperor suddenly sensed a weird divine power aura and another divine power aura that shook heaven and earth. The two demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall at the edges acted as if they were facing a great foe. Whoosh! Who? A dark light streaked through the air and disappeared in the sky. That's the expression of True God Dragon Emperor, who had just undergone the God Tribulation, changed dramatically. With his current cultivation, he could obviously tell that the person who just flew by was True God Tian Fa. True God Tian Fan didn't die? True God Dragon Emperor acted like he was sitting on needles. The memories of how terrifying True God Tian Fan was appeared in his mind. Back then, True God Tian Fa had defeated all the demigods of both Lord Dynasties. He would never forget this. Right at this moment, a surge of destructive aura crushed over as darkness overtook the skies. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Feng, True God Dragon Emperor, was completely shocked. He was even suspicious that his eyes had turned bad. Zhao Feng was standing on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head. Boom! 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 The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon instantly flew over the barren lands. What's going on? True God Dragon Emperor immediately questioned the other members of the Grand Imperial Hall. Reporting to Grand Elder, this happened more than 2 months ago. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon seems to have been tamed by the Hall of Gods and has become Zhao Feng's steed. No one knows who Zhao Feng is chasing after. An upper echelon member of the Imperial Skynet immediately reported to True God Dragon Emperor. Chased after for 2 months? True God Dragon Emperor's expression froze as waves rampaged through his heart. Zhao Feng had tamed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and the battle between him and True God Tian Fa had lasted for more than 2 months already? True God Dragon Emperor didn't expect such a big thing to happen while he was breaking through to the heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng, the ancient soul hall won't forgive you if you kill me. True God Tian Fa's aura was weak and exhausted. Even though he had eaten a lot of medicine, it wasn't enough to recover the damage to his body and soul after being chased by Zhao Feng for an entire 2 months. Die! Zhao Feng's expression was cold as a triangular piece of metal appeared in his hand. Ding! Ding! The triangular piece of metal turned into a black metallic bow. Faint golden light flashed around the green lines of the bow as Zhao Feng pulled back the bowstring and merged his divine power into it. Boom! Hoo! A black arrow of light summoned a tornado as it shot forward. Not good. I can't dodge it. True God Tian Fa felt as if this aura had locked onto him. This was an attack from a divine weapon. Although Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm and his divine power was impure, True God Tian Fa was currently heavily injured, and his strength wasn't even at 40%. Black Demon Wind Shield. True God Tian Fa burned his divine power and used a defensive secret technique. Wang. A black demonic shield appeared in front of True God Tian Fa. Boom! In the next instant, Zhao Feng's arrow landed on it. Boom! 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 True God Tian Fa's defensive secret technique instantly crumbled. Although True God Tian Fa had expected this and retreated instantly, he was still hit by the storm of destruction. Damn it! I have to give up my body now. True God Tian Fa hesitated. He finally managed to cultivate this body to the level of a sacred king. If he escaped with his soul right now and took over another body, who knew how long it would be before he could recover to his peak? However, compared to death, True God Tian Fa would rather choose taking over another body and recultivating. True God Tian Fa would die with great regret if he was killed by a sacred lord in such a weak dimension. Just as True God Tian Fa was about to escape with his soul in search for a body to take over, Wang, multicolored sacred power appeared around True God Tian Fa. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to tremble as countless elements moved through the air. Not good. This is the myriad forms dimension. True God Tian Fa's eyes shook as fear appeared in his heart. All of True God Tian Fa's actions had already been seen by Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye. He would not be able to escape. At this moment, True God Tian Fa was trapped by Zhao Wan's myriad forms dimension. Although Zhao Wan was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm, he could become a sacred king at any time. It wasn't easy to escape from the origin dimension of one of the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. Now is your death. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye saw through everything and locked onto True God Tian Fa within the myriad forms dimension. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with white lightning as a destructive soul power appeared. At this moment, more than 5,000 God Tribulation Lightning symbols within Zhao Feng's lightning soul body were used in the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Who knew what kind of power it would have? Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he was extremely excited. Boom! A ball of blazing God Tribulation Lightning symbols instantly landed on True God Tian Fa's soul and exploded. As he used the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flames, Zhao Feng also pulled back the bowstring of the black bow. Whoosh! A black arrow of divine light shot forward. Zhao Wan retracted his origin dimension at the critical moment so that it wouldn't be damaged. Boom! The arrow from the bow-form ancient god seal pierced through True God Tian Fa's chest while he was still under the bombardment of the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zaziz! A rank 3 true god actually died here? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed. True God Tian Fa was heavily injured after 2 months of pursuit. Against the combined power of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique and divine weapon, there was absolutely no chance that True God Tian Fa was still alive. At this instant, The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon felt proud to be Zhao Feng's steed. The storm faded away, and Zhao Feng stopped using his god's spiritual eye after confirming that true god Tian Fa was dead. Go! Zhao Feng waved his left arm and used the misty spatial world to leave. The members of the Grand Imperial Hall and the Imperial Skynet instantly sent news of this to Demigod Dragon Emperor the same day the pursuit ended. True god Tian Fa died? Demigod Dragon Emperor's breathing stopped momentarily. His eyes became dazed and his mind went blank. Although true god Tian Fa obviously wasn't at his peak state, he was still a powerful true god from the ancient desolate realm of gods. But he was killed by a mystic light realm sacred lord. It was also incredulous that Zhao Feng managed to tame the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. With Zhao Feng's resources, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength would increase dramatically. Demigod Dragon Emperor had originally been thinking of teaching the Hall of Gods a lesson after breaking through to become a true god before he entered the ancient desolate realm of gods. But now, Demigod Dragon Emperor didn't dare to even think about it. I'll let him live for now. After I enter the ancient desolate realm of gods and find the imperial ancestors, I'll teach him a lesson. Demigod Dragon Emperor harumphed coldly. Many true gods of the Grand Imperial Hall had entered the ancient desolate realm of gods. Demigod Dragon Emperor's first mission, when he entered the ancient desolate realm of gods, would be to find the imperial ancestors. The moment Zhao Feng returned to the Hall of Gods, in another forbidden hall, that's right, his body contains the aura of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The evil god mental thought body within Nangongsheng shook. Although there were rumors in the Great Gon Lord dynasty that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had been tamed by Zhao Feng, the evil god mental thought body wouldn't believe that unless it personally witnessed it. After all, back in the day, even his owner, ancient god Xianxia, wasn't able to kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. He only managed to seal it. I didn't think that Zhao Feng's strength would have reached this level. He's tamed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and defeated true god Tian Fa as well. Nangongsheng had a grim expression as unwillingness appeared on his face. He had become stronger by fusing with the power of the evil god but was still thrown behind by Zhao Feng and could only watch him from the back. You don't need to think too much about it. His eye has the potential to become the ninth god's eye, and once the ninth god's eye fully matures, the evil god mental thought body trembled as respect appeared in its heart. True god Tian Fa's interspatial dimension is also a substandard god weapon. Zhao Feng looked at the black interspatial ring. The interspatial dimension of this substandard god weapon had been damaged when he killed true god Tian Fa, but it wasn't destroyed. Zhao Feng put his divine sense into it and found that it was extremely empty. There were only a few low-tier resources, weapons, and books. This is? Zhao Feng's gaze first landed on a small tattered black piece of metal. This black piece of metal was extremely normal, but it attracted Zhao Feng's attention because this black piece of metal was similar to Zhao Feng's ancient god seal. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and closely inspected this piece of metal. It seems to be just a normal piece of metal, Zhao Feng concluded after a long time. This piece of metal might not have many uses, but it was still put in the interspatial dimension by true god Tian Fa. This puzzled Zhao Feng until he suddenly remembered what happened when he fought against true god Tian Fa. True god Tian Fa seemed to have been very shocked when he took out the ancient god seal. Could it be that true god Tian Fa originally came here to find the ancient god seal? Zhao Feng came to a shocking conclusion after analyzing all the clues. The ancient god seal had an intense reaction when true god Tian Fa first descended. This black piece of metal's use was most likely to sense the ancient god seal's location. As for why true god Tian Fa wanted the ancient god seal, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to know anything about it. Luckily, true god Tian Fa is dead. Zhao Feng let out a breath. If true god Tian Fa escaped back to the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng would be marked by the force behind true god Tian Fa. Zhao Feng then turned his gaze to the other items. The cultivation resources didn't reach Zhao Feng's standards, so he picked up some books. They're all peak heaven tier skills, and there are even some divine techniques. Above the heaven tier was the divine tier. The divine tier was split into low, medium, high, and peak as well. However, the divine techniques here didn't suit Zhao Feng. Looks like true god Tian Fa used up most of his wealth after taking over a body and recultivating. Zhao Feng was slightly disappointed. Nothing in true god Tian Fa's interspatial dimension attracted Zhao Feng's attention. However, that was only because Zhao Feng's standards were too high. In reality, the cultivation resources and heaven-grade weapons in true god Tian Fa's interspatial dimension were peerless treasures in the continent zone. Zhao Feng then picked out the 9 Heavens Dragon Obliteration Spear and the Black Yuan Divine Technique. Although these two techniques didn't suit Zhao Feng, all Dao had things in common. Zhao Feng soon memorized the contents of these two divine techniques into his mind and started to slowly comprehend them. Zhao Feng managed to comprehend many profound skills from these two divine techniques, and his knowledge increased as well. At this moment, Zhao Feng received news that the Grand Imperial Hall had a new demigod, and true God Dragon Emperor had already left for the ancient desolate realm of gods. After Dragon Emperor left, the Imperials of the Great Gon Lord dynasty started to become low-key. Zhao Feng realized that the Hall of Gods had become more crowded than ever before after a few days. The upper echelon members of many forces in the Great Gon Lord dynasty came to the Hall of Gods, and some begged to become subordinate forces of the Hall of Gods. After Zhao Feng rode the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon around the continent zone, the effect it had on the continent zone was on par with both 4-star powers if not even stronger. Normal 2-star powers needed to undergo tests and inspections to become the Hall of Gods' subordinate forces. Zhao Feng didn't bother with this at all and let Bai Qingyue handle everything. The overall strength of the Hall of Gods is on par with the 2 4-star forces. But the Hall of Gods has more potential. A light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. As long as the Hall of Gods had several dozen more years or even just a decade, the overall strength of the Hall of Gods would exceed the Grand Imperial Hall and Sky Suspension Palace. Sky Suspension Palace wasn't very ambitious, and the Grand Imperial Hall was currently very low-key. They restrained themselves from anything involving the Hall of Gods and could only keep one eye shut. The Hall of Gods wasn't far away from Zhao Feng's final goal of ruling the continent. One day, the Yu family came to the Hall of Gods. Respect appeared in Yu Tianhao's heart as he looked toward the direction of the forbidden grounds where Zhao Feng was. Back in the imperial tombs, he was on par with Zhao Feng, but now Zhao Feng had become the strongest person in the Lord dynasty. Zhao Feng, you are the person that I respect the most, but I will definitely catch up to you. Endless battle intent burned in Yu Tianhao's eyes. As the Hall of Gods was rapidly expanding and spreading its forces across the entire Great Gon Lord dynasty, Zhao Feng was preparing to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng soon arrived at where Kuan Yun was staying. What is it? Kuan Yun had a solemn gaze as he inspected Zhao Feng. I want to make one more deal with you. Zhao Feng sat down and said with a faint smile. One more deal? Kuan Yun's expression paused. Kuan Yun originally thought that Zhao Feng wouldn't need his help anymore. Zhao Feng's strength was unrivaled in the Lord dynasty, and he was the strongest expert in the Great Gon Lord dynasty. This was also why the non-humans took no action after Dragon Emperor left for the ancient desolate realm of gods. The rise of the Hall of Gods made the Great Gon Lord dynasty's strength slightly exceed the Dark Moon Lord dynasty. I might enter the ancient desolate realm of gods soon. Zhao Feng sighed. What? You're going to try to break through to the heavenly divine realm? This was Kuan Yun's first thought, but he realized that he was being dumb after calming down. Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm right now. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it was impossible for him break through to the heavenly divine realm within the next decade. No, just going to the ancient desolate realm of gods. As for breaking through to the heavenly divine realm, Zhao Feng told his plan to Kuan Yun. Being a demigod in his previous life, Kuan Yun instantly knew that this plan could work when he heard it. As long as one had enough aura of the ancient desolate origin, they would be able to sense the location of the ancient desolate realm of gods. This is the last deal. You shall protect the Hall of Gods for 30 years after I leave. I'll make sure that you will also be able to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods as your reward. Zhao Feng told Kuan Yun the contents of the deal. Kuan Yun instantly understood what Zhao Feng's reward meant. He would give Kuan Yun enough aura of ancient desolate origin to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. Deal. Kuan Yun immediately agreed to Zhao Feng's suggestion without even thinking about it. Kuan Yun had originally been planning to try to break through to the heavenly divine realm 100 years later, but at this moment, Zhao Feng just wanted him to guard the Hall of Gods for 30 years. He would be able to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods 30 years later. The chances of successfully breaking through to the heavenly divine realm in the ancient desolate realm of gods were much higher, and there was more to be gained out of it. Why wouldn't Kuan Yun accept such a good deal? Zhao Feng and Kuan Yun then signed a blood contract. This should be enough. Zhao Feng gave Kuan Yun an interspatial dimension, then went around the Hall of Gods for a walk after leaving Kuan Yun's hall. Zhao Feng told by Qingyue, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, Old Monster Su and those that were loyal to him his plans before returning to the misty spatial world and entering seclusion. An important prerequisite to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods was that one's state of existence had to reach the level of a demigod at least. Many ancient resources floated before Zhao Feng in the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and quickly absorbed the energy within these materials. Zhao Feng's state of existence slowly increased. 5,000 God Tribulation lightning symbols within his lightning soul body flashed and released a dazzling beam of power that started to refine his sacred lightning body. On the other side, Zhao Wan also cultivated the Golden Kuan sacred lightning body. Since they shared their experience with one another, their cultivation speed was very fast. A year later, the aura of wind lightning coming from Zhao Feng's body suddenly increased, and a dark yellow sacred power of wind lightning appeared in heaven and earth. He broke through to become a sacred king. Zhao Wan was surprised as he looked at Zhao Feng. The area where Zhao Feng was cultivating was like a dark world of lightning. One could feel the terrifying force of lightning just by looking at it from afar. Crack, crack. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's bones cracked, and he radiated lightning from his skin. Wang Shu. Layers of condensed dark yellow lightning surrounded Zhao Feng, continuously rising and falling. Boom, boom, boom. The earth around Zhao Feng suddenly crumbled into a scorched black crater 100 yards wide. So strong, Zhao Wan could feel the physical pressure even from several thousand miles away. The 7th level of the sacred lightning body. Joy and excitement appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The 7th level of the sacred lightning body corresponded to the level of true gods. Almost no one in the continent zone would be able to injure Zhao Feng now. Master, when do we leave? Excitement flashed through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was still just a sacred king, its Destruction Dragon body was extremely strong. It was no weaker than the 7th level of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body. So the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also met the prerequisite to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. Continue to cultivate. I allow you to recover back to the cultivation of a demigod, Zhao Feng said before starting to consolidate his sacred lightning body that had just broken through. One day Zhao Wang returned to the Hall of Gods, and Zhao Feng dragged Zhao Wang into the misty spatial world with just a thought. Zhao Wang's cultivation talent was low, so he was still only an early-stage sacred lord. But this was a good thing from Zhao Feng's point of view since Zhao Wang would be able to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods earlier in his cultivation and make up for it. Zhao Feng? You're planning on taking them to the ancient desolate realm of gods? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to surprise as it looked at Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan. People could bring other people to the ancient desolate realm of gods just like how the elder of the spiritual race took Zhao Yufei, but this would bring double the pressure. This meant that, if Zhao Feng brought another living being to the ancient desolate realm of gods, he would need to bear the pressure of 2 people. This was why the true gods from the continent zone always entered the ancient desolate realm of gods alone. Zhao Feng's state of existence had only reached the level of a demigod, so it would be impossible for him to bring the little thieving cat, Zhao Wang, and Zhao Wan to the ancient desolate realm of gods. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao Feng obviously knew what the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's worries were. His consciousness entered the dimension of his god eye and touched a whirlpool within the mysterious golden ball. In the next instant Zhao Feng, Zhao Wang, and Zhao Wan all disappeared completely from the misty spatial world. Where did they go? The expression of the black destruction serpent dragon turned to shock. Zhao Feng and the other two just completely disappeared from this dimension. There was no aura from the outside world either. Shua! Zhao Feng appeared within the misty spatial world again, but Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan didn't. Master, where did you send them off to? The black destruction serpent dragon asked with surprise. Zhao Feng didn't respond. He just left the misty spatial world. Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan were Zhao Feng's soul clones, so there wouldn't be any issues with them knowing the secret of the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng believed that there would be no issues taking them to the ancient desolate realm of gods if they were in the ancient dream realm. There wouldn't be much of a problem for Zhao Feng and the black destruction serpent dragon to take the little thieving cat together. Zhao Feng gave all the beasts within the misty spatial world to Bai Qingyue. The strength of these beasts was mainly at the level of emperors and weaker sacred lords. They weren't very useful to Zhao Feng, but they would be a strong force in the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his arm, and his figure started to slowly fade away amongst a layer of silver. Nanlin Sea, floating dream territory, Sky Qin Zone. A golden-haired male suddenly descended toward Sky Qin Sacred Palace. This time, the members of Sky Qin Sacred Palace weren't as scared of Zhao Feng and instead had respectful gazes. Zhao Feng, you came to see her again. The Sky Qin Sacred Palace master smiled. There was only one reason why Zhao Feng would come here. Zhao Feng talked to the Sky Qin Sacred Palace master for a short while before coming to the forbidden grounds of Sky Qin Sacred Palace. Zhao Feng stood quietly in the clouds and looked at the ancient and mysterious palace ahead of him. Even Zhao Feng's golden eye wasn't able to see through this mysterious palace. Zhao Feng stood there for an entire 3 days. What he didn't know was that, on the 49th floor of the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace, Lu Qinyin was unresigned as she also looked at Zhao Feng with care for 3 days. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's expression changed. Qinyin, if I have a chance to do so, I'll come visit you, Zhao Feng said with a calm expression. If True God Tianfan could come to the continent zone, there was a possibility for Zhao Feng to do the same after entering the ancient desolate realm of gods. Whoosh! The black destruction serpent dragon appeared next to Zhao Feng. Hee, I can finally leave this shitty place. The black destruction serpent dragon laughed. Zhao Feng acted according to what the black destruction serpent dragon said, and summoned the aura of the ancient desolate origin in the depths of his body. At the same time, he also released his divine sense to sense the ancient desolate realm of gods. Wang. A faint disturbance came from the center of the fan universe in the distance. Wang. A weird disturbance in space appeared around the duo and radiated a faint ancient and desolate aura. Apart from those that Zhao Feng had imprinted a dark heart seal into, no one in the continent zone realized that the strongest expert of the continent zone, Zhao Feng, had left this dimension. On a certain mountain peak on an island in the Sky Qin zone stood an elder. He had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. The elder was dressed in black like the night. Although his eyes were dim, they glittered like stars and revealed endless time and wisdom. A big silver and black lazy cat that seemed to be shaking lay on the elder's shoulder. He's finally left. The 6th Warlock Sage let out a sigh as he looked toward the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Qin-yin, even I can't divine your fate. The 6th Warlock Sage had a complicated expression as he shook his head. Big lazy cat, we should go back now. Meow. The sleeping silver-black big fat lazily opened its eyes and yawned. This is the pressure of moving through space? Zhao Feng croaked out. At this moment, Zhao Feng and the black destruction serpent dragon were covered in layers of silver. Every time Zhao Feng and the black destruction serpent dragon passed through a layer of silver, a terrifying surge of spatial power hit their bodies. Master, we're taking your little cat with us, so the pressure of passing through space is stronger and will cost us more time. The black destruction serpent dragon's body was already extremely tattered. In the center of the infinite fan universe was a large piece of land named the ancient desolate realm of gods. There were countless pieces of land around the ancient desolate realm of gods. The further one went from the center of the ancient desolate realm of gods, the smaller the land. Everywhere apart from the ancient desolate realm of gods was known as a foreign dimension. Spatial disturbances could be felt in the foreign dimensions regularly, and powerful beings could sense these faint disturbances in space speeding toward the ancient desolate realm of gods. Space at the border of the ancient desolate realm of gods in an ancient forest suddenly started to twist. Wang. Two transparent figures appeared. One of them had golden hair and stood out like a scorching sun. The other male had black dragon scales and revealed a smile on its nasty face. What thick heaven-earth Yuan Qi! Zhao Feng could sense the thick and slightly chaotic heaven-earth Yuan Qi the instant he appeared in this dimension. If he cultivated here, the effect would be on par with using peak-grade primal crystal stones in the continent zone. Furthermore, this Yuan Qi was extremely pure, as if it had merged with the ancient aura. However, this place was a complete land left behind by the ancient era. Standing in this dimension, Zhao Feng suddenly felt as if the continent zone that he came from seemed to be a fake world of illusions. His body felt extremely solidified here, and it seemed to cheer. A smug sensation washed over his body. Pong! 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 Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye suddenly started to thud. Zhao Feng felt as if the god's spiritual eye was about to change once again. And those two! Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his god eye and arrived in the ancient dream realm the next instant. Two human figures stood before Zhao Feng. They were Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang. However, at this moment, the trio all stood frozen as they felt surges of heaven-earth Yuan Qi enter the ancient dream realm. The purity of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and the aura of ancient desolate origin in the ancient dream realm is increasing, Zhao Feng said with shock and joy. Originally, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi within the ancient dream realm was just one level higher than the continent zone. Zhao Feng cultivated here only for the ancient aura. However, at this moment, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi within the ancient dream realm was increasing rapidly and approaching the purity of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Everything in Zhao Feng's sight was slowly changing. Let's not worry about this for now. Zhao Feng's consciousness took Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan and left the ancient dream realm. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Where is this? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Master, I don't know. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon replied. The ancient desolate realm of gods is enormous. I probably haven't even been to 1,000th of the territory of the ancient desolate realm of gods in my life. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a respectful and fearful expression when it saw that Zhao Feng was about to question him. There seems to be people ahead. Zhao Feng's gaze saw through several dozen thousand miles and saw a human group. There were more than a dozen people in the group. Most were peak kings or emperors. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon into the misty spatial world and headed toward this group of people. Zhao Feng felt that the laws of the ancient desolate realm of gods were extremely similar to the ancient dream realm. His speed was dramatically reduced here. In comparison to his flying speed in the continent zone, his speed was like a turtle compared to a rabbit. He quickly sped toward the group then stopped. Who are you? The expression of a middle-aged male sitting on a green-winged wolf became pale white as he instantly became wary. This middle-aged male was an early-stage sacred lord and was the strongest person in the group. Behind the green-winged wolf was a carriage. The curtains were drawn open, and a female with jade-green horns inspected Zhao Feng. I used a damaged teleportation array and teleported to an unknown place. May I ask what place this is? Zhao Feng concealed his aura and asked kindly. Not someone from the giant spirit deer race? A sigh sounded from the group. This is the Red Leaf Forest land owned by the Skyfeather Island Lord. The middle-aged male inspected Zhao Feng suspiciously. Never heard of it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's voice sounded from within the misty spatial world. I wonder if there's any populated places nearby. I want to buy a map. Zhao Feng spoke. He just wanted to find a momentary place to rest for now since he had just arrived after the ordeal in space. Forests and mountains surrounded everything within several dozen thousand miles. Apart from beasts, there were basically no signs of any other humans. This is a place where beasts are occasionally seen. We are heading to the blazing fire golden sheep race in the west of the red leaf forest land. If you don't mind, you can come with us? The female with jade green horns said gently. Young Lady Linner, we can't take any random person with us. Plus, this person is extremely young, but his strength. The middle-aged male said. Uncle Qing, let's help this young sir. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Yu Linner looked at the somewhat helpless Zhao Feng. Thank you. Zhao Feng immediately entered the group before they could finish their discussion. Uncle Qing looked at Zhao Feng with dissatisfaction. The young lady was too kind. One couldn't tell who was nice and who was cruel with just one glance. Now, he just hoped that Zhao Feng wasn't some cocky brat. Let's go, Uncle Qing said helplessly, and the group continued on their way. Master, these are members of the Green Jade Sheep race, a race that just barely managed to be included in the 10,000 ancient races. From the looks of it, a powerful opposing race attacked them, and they can only move to some other area now. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon explained to Zhao Feng. There were no countries or lord dynasties in the ancient desolate realm of gods. There were only forces and races of different sizes. The laws of nature were stronger in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Battles over resources between different races would occasionally happen. Experts controlled the fates of the weak. The Green Jade Sheep race had been defeated by the Giant Spirit Deer race and was now running to some other place. Hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. 3-star powers in the continent zone were considered very strong, and it was rare to see battles between 3-star forces. Zhao Feng then turned his gaze toward the carriage. Those within the carriage would obviously be the main members of the Green Jade Sheep race. Amongst them, Yu Linner was an emperor, but she wasn't even 30 years old yet. Next to Yu Linner was a youth who was even younger. This youth is probably only around 16 but is already at the small origin core realm. Zhao Feng was stunned as he saw through the carriage. If this youth was in the continent zone, he would be considered a miraculous prodigy in the entire continent zone. One had to know that when Zhao Feng was 16 years old, he was only at the ascended realm, and even then, he was considered one of the younger ones amongst those of the same cultivation. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng's results back then would be a humiliation if he was born in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng then inspected the other people in the group. The members of the Green Jade Sheep race were mainly kings and emperors, but their auras were extremely condensed. Light flashed through their eyes. It was obvious that they had strong foundations and had experienced a lot of battle. They were all very experienced and knowledgeable. The peak-tier kings of the Green Jade Sheep race are much stronger than normal emperors in the continent zone. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile as he became more curious about the ancient desolate realm of gods. My name is Man Zi. Friend. Where are you from? At this moment, a male from the Green Jade Sheep race greeted Zhao Feng. My name is Zhao Feng, and I'm from the western border of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng's expression remained the same as he replied according to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's directions. From what Zhao Feng knew, the reason this man Zi came to talk to Zhao Feng was because Uncle Qing had ordered him to find out more about Zhao Feng. That's a bit far. Skyfeather Island is near the northern border of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Man Zi revealed a worried expression for Zhao Feng. But since Brother Zhao dares to travel alone, your strength must be great, right? Man Zi closely inspected Zhao Feng. He couldn't sense a very strong ancient bloodline from Zhao Feng. Without a 10,000 ancient races bloodline, Zhao Feng's cultivation talent would definitely be weaker. However, Zhao Feng traveled alone despite his young age, which surprised many from the Green Jade Sheep race. Parts of the ancient desolate realm of gods were ruled by powerful forces, while other places were forbidden areas that were usually ruled by precious and rare beasts or full of some other dangers. Without great power, other races and forces would need to pay a price to pass through the territory of another force. If they accidentally entered the territory of beasts, they might be attacked. Right at this moment, the sound of flying appeared in the clouds, and a fierce arrow charged over. Several dozen giant green birds with rotting wings revealed ghastly white bones as they glared at the members of the Green Jade Sheep race with deadly eyes. Green death birds. Pay attention and protect young lady and young master. Uncle Qing roared. The momentum of the entire group suddenly changed. A surge of battle intent and cold-killing intent started to spread. Uncle Qing led 8 people and waved the dark green spear in his hand as he released several golden beams of light. Green azure blow. Green light strike. The other members of the green jade sheep race attacked alongside Uncle Qing. The cultivations of these green death birds were mainly at the level of emperors. Although the green jade sheep race didn't have many people, they had Uncle Qing, so nothing would happen to them. The green death birds were soon at a disadvantage. The majority of them were slain, and the remaining green death birds left. Continue, Uncle Qing said as the entire group continued on their way. Sorry for letting Brother Zhao see this joke. Even the green death birds dare to attack us now. Man Z sighed next to Zhao Feng. Doesn't the green jade sheep race have any mystic light realm experts? It's considered a 3-star race, right? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. Brother Zhao, stop making fun of us. 3-star races are at the very bottom in the ancient desolate realm of gods. With the current population of the green jade sheep race, we are probably one of the weakest 3-star forces. Man Z disliked what Zhao Feng just said. Zhao Feng's expression paused slightly. 3-star forces were at the very bottom in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Although Zhao Feng knew little about the ancient desolate realm of gods, a 3-star force couldn't have such little power here, right? Master, that's indeed the case. 2-star and 3-star forces are at the very bottom in the ancient desolate realm of gods. They're only tools for other stronger forces to obtain resources with, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said. Only a 4-star race, such as the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, can be considered strong in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Awe and respect flashed through Man Z's eyes when he mentioned the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, which was precisely their destination. Zhao Feng's expression became slightly grim. If even 3-star powers were at the very bottom in the ancient desolate realm of gods, then Zhao Feng would most likely have to go to the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race that Man Z talked about just to obtain a detailed map. Zhao Feng would only be able to confirm his destination after obtaining a map. His main focus would obviously be finding Zhao Yufei. His goals after that were to join a powerful force and obtain resources to increase his power. After all, although Zhao Feng wasn't considered very weak in the ancient desolate realm of gods, he wasn't very strong either. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. In this period of time, the green jade sheep race was attacked by beasts 5 times. The worst time was when they met a sacred lord-level black and white illusion scale snake. Uncle Qing and many members of the green jade sheep race paid a price to defeat it. Uncle Qing, come rest a bit here. Yulinar was slightly worried. Uncle Qing's injuries had become worse after the fight with the black and white illusion scale snake. Don't worry. These little injuries won't do anything to me. We still have 5 more days till we reach the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. Uncle Qing squeezed out a smile. As long as they reached the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, the Green Jade Sheep race would be able to rest and recover. They would take back their territory that the giant spirit deer race captured in the future. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he looked at the black night sky. Woo! Right at this instant, a fierce and cold aura appeared. The entire group turned cold and started to shiver. This aura, late stages of the mystic light realm. Uncle Qing's expression changed dramatically as his face turned pale white. Who? A giant black-armored eagle swept over alongside a gust of cold wind. The entire group shook from the pressure of this giant black-armored eagle. They were like candles in the wind that could blow out at any moment. The giant black-armored eagle flew around the air above the green jade sheep race and looked downward with playfulness. It's a black-scaled ice eagle? Uncle Qing, what do we do? The other members of the green jade sheep race panicked and turned toward Uncle Qing. After all, Uncle Qing was the strongest person here. Protect young lady and young master with our lives. Uncle Qing revealed a decisive expression as he looked slightly unwillingly at Zhao Feng and sent him a message. Please take young lady and young master to the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race on the green-winged wolves. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race will definitely give good compensation. The Green Jade Sheep race obviously didn't put any hope on an outsider helping them to the death. So Uncle Qing hoped that Zhao Feng could at least help protect Yu Liner and the young master to the blazing fire golden sheep race and promised plentiful compensation. Even if these two have the main bloodline of the green jade sheep race, a 4-star force like the blazing fire golden sheep race won't look at them. The black destruction serpent dragon laughed and said, it was obvious that Uncle Qing was tricking Zhao Feng. The blazing fire golden sheep race would definitely not give Zhao Feng anything for taking the direct descendants of the green jade sheep race to safety. Zhao Feng didn't reply. All he did was look up at the black-scaled ice eagle in the sky. Seeing that Zhao Feng didn't reply, Uncle Qing could guess that Zhao Feng knew that he was tricking him. Could it be that the heavens want the green jade spirit race to become extinct? Uncle Qing looked at the black-scaled ice eagle in the sky with eyes of hatred. However, a wisp of purple and gold suddenly flashed through Zhao Feng's eye at this moment. Shu the black-scaled ice eagle suddenly started to scream in fear. The black-scaled ice eagle lowered its head in the air, as if it was bowing and admitting to its wrongdoings. Who? The black-scaled ice eagle then flapped its wings and sped off while the entire green jade sheep race stood there, dazed. Only Uncle Qing and Yu Liner glanced at Zhao Feng. That wisp of faint eye bloodline power just now. Uncle Qing's heart jumped. He felt a wisp of eye bloodline power radiate from Zhao Feng's body right before the black-scaled ice eagle started to act weird. Although the eye bloodline power was very faint, it was very strong. If his guesses were correct, this golden-haired male that joined their group midway was very likely a peak Mystic Light Realm expert. Only peak Mystic Light Realm experts would be able to scare off a black-scaled ice eagle at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm with invisible momentum. Young lady, you sensed it as well? Uncle Qing messaged Yu Liner. Yu Liner had a secret treasure from their ancestors and should have sensed Zhao Feng taking action. Only Uncle Qing and the young master knew of this. Don't expose it. This senior should have no ill intentions. Yu Liner looked toward Zhao Feng with gratitude. Then continue on our way, Uncle Qing said. The green jade sheep race then reorganized themselves and prepared to head forward. There was only 5 days left till they would arrive at their destination. What happened just now? I didn't think that the black-scaled ice eagle would let us off. Some members of the group discussed with each another. At this moment, Yu Liner walked out of her carriage. Young Sir Zhao, why don't you come and rest in the carriage? I hope you don't mind the troubles on the way, Yu Liner said shyly. She was pretty and had a pair of horns on her head that radiated a faint light. Young Sir Zhao, why don't you come and rest in the carriage? I hope you don't mind the troubles on the way, Yu Liner said shyly. Apart from Uncle Qing, everyone else stood in a complete daze. Why would young lady invite a human into her carriage? Although Yu Liner had also invited Uncle Qing to rest before, Uncle Qing was the strongest expert of their group and had protected her the entire way to the blazing fire golden sheep race. He had done a lot of hard work. On the other hand, this human who joined halfway had contributed nothing. He didn't even help when the green jade sheep race was attacked. This left a bad impression of Zhao Feng on the other members of the green jade sheep race. But now, the young lady invited this person into the carriage? The other members of the green jade sheep race didn't understand. Could young lady have taken a liking to this person? A member of the green jade sheep race guessed. There was no discrimination between races in the ancient desolate realm of gods. After all, there were countless bloodlines, and some of the powerful races only had a couple dozen members alive. Therefore, interracial marriages were very common. Sure. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before replying. The materials of the carriage were extremely unique. There was even an array in it that blocked the inside off from the outside world. Zhao Feng smelled an elegant sensation when he entered the carriage, and it seemed able to calm the mind. Thank you for helping a moment ago, senior. The green jade sheep race is eternally grateful. Yu Liner bowed respectfully. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng scaring the black-scaled ice eagle away, the entire green jade sheep race might have been killed. Lu Yun, quickly greet senior. Yu Lin urged her brother on the side. Greetings, senior. The young master of the green jade sheep race on the side bowed with respect. In his eyes, his sister's cultivation was already very high. Someone that her sister called senior must be incredible. It was just a small matter. Zhao Feng didn't put it to heart. Everything came in cycles. If Yuliner didn't help Zhao Feng earlier, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to help them this time. Senior's goal this time is to find a detailed map? Yuliner asked. That's right. Zhao Feng immediately said. If Senior doesn't mind, you can have a look at the Green Jade Sheep Race's map. Yuliner pointed out with her finger, and a ball of light entered Zhao Feng's forehead. This map only contains part of Sky Feather Island. According to the size of this map, it's roughly 1/100th the size of a zone. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's ears. The ancient desolate realm of gods was extremely big, and every map was extremely precious. They were important to the bloodline races and weren't usually revealed to others. The ancient desolate realm of gods was split into 18 zones, each at least hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the continent zone. Sky Feather Island, which was contained in the Green Jade Sheep Race's map, was the size of the entire Great Gone Lord dynasty. One island is the same size as the entire Great Gone Lord dynasty? Zhao Feng's heart jumped, and he couldn't believe what the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said. No wonder they still hadn't reached their destination even after continuing for 2 months. The size of Sky Feather Island was just that big. Does Lady Liner know what zone Sky Feather Island belongs to? Zhao Feng asked. Zone? I heard Father say the Gulong Zone, but I'm not sure about anything else. Yuliner was stunned. Back then, her father said that anyone who mentioned the word zone was an expert in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Over the last couple years, Zhao Feng was the first to say the word zone to her. Yuliner couldn't help but become even more respectful toward Zhao Feng. So it's the Gulong Zone. This chick at least knows which zone she's in. Looks like she knows some stuff. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The Green Jade Sheep Race was a 3-star power, but in the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes, it was like a normal village. However, from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's summary, Zhao Feng could feel how big the ancient desolate realm of gods was. A 3-star race like the Green Jade Sheep Race was limited to just Sky Feather Island and some nearby areas, which was why the map only marked such a small range. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. How long would it take to reach the zone where the spiritual race lives from here? Zhao Feng thought of a question and asked it. With your current speed, you'll need at least 1,000 years. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed. At least 1,000 years? Zhao Feng's mind shook. He had spent less than 50 years cultivating, but it would take him at least 1,000 years to reach the spiritual race. And that was without any accidents along the way. Furthermore, the ancient desolate realm of gods is full of danger. Many places are ruled by powerful forces that won't even let you pass. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon kept laughing as he continued to speak. So, you should join a force and increase your strength to the heavenly divine realm first. Only true gods are able to travel across zones. Zhao Feng learned his lesson this time. Only true gods had the right to travel across zones. He felt the importance of strength once more after listening to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Without strength, one couldn't even travel. Okay. Then we shall stay at the blazing fire golden sheep race for now. Zhao Feng had become slightly cocky after ruling over the continent zone. Now that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon told Zhao Feng about the situation of the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng felt that he was extremely small, as if he had returned to the past. Senior, did you find the directions home? Yuliner asked. I did, but the journey is kind of far. I will most likely need to remain behind in the blazing fire golden sheep race for a while. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. The size of the ancient desolate realm of gods exceeded Zhao Feng's imaginations, and the law of the jungle was more prominent in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Yuliner's expression fell, but then lit back up. She had originally been thinking about whether this senior could help the Green Jade Sheep Race take back their territory since he seemed to be even stronger than Uncle Qing, but then she understood stuff like this was better done by the Green Jade Sheep Race themselves. At this moment, a faint golden light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes, and Yuliner also seemed to sense something. Several dozen experts of the giant spirit deer race could be seen when they opened the curtains, and Tihei were heading toward the Green Jade Sheep Race. The leading elder wore yellow clothes and had a cocky expression. His eyes seemed to be made from lightning as he stood with his hands behind his back on a flying bird. The powerful aura of the mystic light realm radiated from his body, and an invisible surge of power descended upon the green jade sheep race. This reduced the speed of the green jade sheep race until they finally stopped. Uncle Qing and Yuliner revealed angered expressions the instant they saw this elder in yellow, while the other members revealed scared expressions. They started to panic and didn't know what to do. This elder was the second elder of the giant spirit deer race and was extremely deadly. He had killed the most members of the green jade sheep race. He. We finally managed to catch up to you. The elder in yellow revealed an excited and cold smile. If they were just a little bit slower, the green jade sheep race would have entered the territory of the blazing fire golden sheep race, but now that they managed to catch up, everyone from the green jade sheep race would die. Giant spirit deer race. Killing intent was released from Uncle Qing. He wanted to charge forward and slay this elder from the giant spirit deer race, but he was heavily injured after the long journey and various dangers they had to face. He was definitely not a match right now. Furthermore, even though the giant spirit deer race had less people, their overall strength was several tiers stronger than the green jade sheep race. Kill them all, the elder in yellow said emotionlessly with an arrogant expression. Several members from the giant spirit deer race immediately started to circulate their true yuan and were about to commerce a slaughter. Although the green jade sheep race does indeed have a deep feud with you, there is an esteemed guest within the carriage right now. Don't get too cocky. At this moment, Yuliner walked out and spoke in an angry tone. Ha. Why don't you say that the carriage contains a peak mystic light realm expert or even a true god? The elder in yellow laughed and completely ignored what Yuliner said. If the green jade sheep race really had an esteemed guest, how come they were slaughtered by the giant spirit race and only had this many people remaining? At this instant, war broke out between the two races. Those from the giant spirit deer race had already surrounded those from the green jade sheep race before the elder in yellow even did anything. Although the carriage had a defensive array, it had been damaged in the fight, and the carriage kept shaking. Right at this moment, a heavy mystic light realm aura spread from the flying bird beneath the yellow-clad elder's feet as it descended. Senior, please help the green jade sheep race. Yuliner's expression changed dramatically as she knelt in the air. There was nothing else she could do apart from putting her hopes on Zhao Feng. Fuck off! A sudden, calm yet powerful voice sounded from the carriage as an invisible physical force spread through heaven and earth, covering the sound of everything. The yellow elder that had just jumped into the air froze and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the carriage in utter disbelief. The hearts of the other giant spirit deer race members shook as they coughed out blood as well and were sent flying backward. At the same time, those from the green jade sheep race were dazed. A humming noise resounded across their minds, as if they couldn't understand what was happening. Everything in heaven and earth had become dead silent. This, Senior, spare me. The yellow-clad elder's mind shook as he remembered the alleged esteemed guest that Yuliner mentioned. He didn't expect that to be real. Just 2 words from that mysterious esteemed guest had severely injured his body and soul while all the others had been killed. Only peak mystic light realm experts could have such strength. Those from the green jade sheep race suddenly remembered Zhao Feng within the carriage and all took in cold breaths. Yuliner finally let out a breath and looked toward Zhao Feng within the carriage with gratitude. He had a calm expression and his eyes were shut, as if he didn't want to bother with what was happening in the outside world. Kill him and take revenge for our family. At this moment, Yuliner looked at the elder in yellow with decisiveness. Kill the second elder of the giant spirit deer race. Kill him and take revenge for our family. Everyone from the green jade shape race instantly charged over. The elder in yellow, who was now heavily injured, didn't even have time to run. He was killed after being chased for a short distance. Continue on our way. Zhao Feng's voice sounded from within the carriage. Continue on our way. Zhao Feng's voice sounded from within the carriage. Young Master Lu Yun looked at Zhao Feng with starry eyes. It was obvious that he was in awe. Although he was young, he still knew a bit about the family. It was because of the giant spirit deer race that his parents had died and that he was escaping to another place with his sister. In addition, experts ruled the ancient desolate realm of gods. Everyone loved experts. Thank you, Senior. Yuliner slowly calmed down and entered the carriage. With this senior's strength, he should have been able to easily kill the second elder of the giant spirit deer race. But he only severely injured the second elder, and let the clansmen of the green jade sheep race finish the deed. This made Yuliner especially grateful to Xiaofeng. At this moment, the members of the green jade sheep race focused on the senior within the carriage. None of them expected that this person who joined their cohort halfway and seemed to be afraid of death was a peerless expert. Those that were cold to Xiaofeng earlier felt their hearts shake, and they were full of regret. Senior Zhao's strength is indeed great, or else he wouldn't travel alone. Man Zi revealed a respectful expression. Let's go. The group continued forward after reorganizing themselves, but the atmosphere of the group was extremely solemn after the event. Almost no discussion was heard. Several days quickly passed, and now that they were so close to the territory of the blazing fire golden sheep race, they weren't ambushed by beasts anymore. Senior, we're here. Yuliner was very respectful. Xiaofeng's eyes slowly opened, and an invisible surge of soul power spread. Although Xiaofeng didn't cultivate much on the way, Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan within the misty spatial world never stopped. Xiaofeng realized that his own soul intent would strengthen along with Zhao Wang's and Zhao Wan's. Furthermore, as long as the distance between them wasn't very far, their soul power could be transferred to each another. It is a soul cultivation technique after all. Even if they are my clones, they are still helpful to my own soul. Xiaofeng thought in his heart. This meant that any decrease in Xiaofeng's soul strength could be completely ignored. I'll follow you into the blazing fire golden sheep race's territory, Xiaofeng said. After all, if Xiaofeng was alone, he would be considered suspicious to the various forces in this place. Entering the blazing fire golden sheep race's territory with the green jade sheep race would be much simpler. Xiaofeng saw a magnificent golden palace in the mountains after exiting the carriage. It gave off an ancient battle intent. The members of the green jade sheep race stood there respectfully as excitement and longing appeared in their eyes. Who's there? Two members of the blazing fire golden sheep race flew over at this moment. These two people had large bodies and golden red hair. They also had a pair of golden red horns and cold eyes. We are from the green jade sheep race, and we come under the order of our race's seniors to visit an elder of your esteemed race. Uncle Qing handed over a letter with a solemn expression. Normal 3-star powers didn't have the right to join a 4-star power, but the patriarch of the green jade sheep race had a relationship with an upper echelon member of the blazing fire golden sheep race. This time, the green jade sheep race came with a letter to seek protection from this elder of the blazing fire golden sheep race. Whoosh! One of the blazing fire golden sheep race members quickly headed back. Soon afterward, the other member of the blazing fire golden sheep race took out a token and read a message on it before leading the group inside. Xiaofeng inspected his surroundings on the way. Although the blazing fire golden sheep race was a 4-star power, they weren't something that could be compared with the Grand Imperial Hall or Sky Suspension Palace from the Continent Zone. After all, a true 4-star power was a force with true gods. Just one true god from the blazing fire golden sheep race would probably be enough to wipe out all the fake 4-star forces of the Continent Zone. The mature members of the blazing fire golden sheep race were mainly at the early stages of the Void God realm. The core members were all at least at the peak of the Void God realm. In the Continent Zone, early-stage Void God realms were called kings and peak Void God realms were called emperors. However, the ancient desolate realm of gods didn't have titles like kings, emperors, or sacred lords. After all, an early-stage Void God realm would only be considered a low-middle echelon member in the blazing fire golden sheep race. Even peak Void God realms could only be considered mid-high echelon members. Identities like those weren't enough to be called a king or an emperor. Stay here for now. When Elder C has time, he will see you. The person guiding them didn't even look at them as he spoke casually and left. From his point of view, even if he was just a guard, his status was more noble than the upper echelon members of a 3-star power. Those from the green jade sheep race looked at the old worn houses in front of them with anger. Such treatment was basically on par with the servants of the blazing fire golden sheep race. Let's just stay here for now. At least we're safe. Uncle Ching said with a smile. If one didn't have strength in this world, all they could do was hold it in. Their group of little more than a dozen was extremely small in front of a 4-star race like the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. Letting the Green Jade Sheep race stay here was already being extremely respectful on their part. Senior, sorry? Yu Liner said apologetically. It's fine. Zhao Feng didn't mind at all. He randomly chose a room and started to cultivate. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the ancient desolate realm of gods is several times the amount in the continent zone. But the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in this 4-star force is even more concentrated. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. This place was one of the best cultivating places he had seen in his life so far. Hee, any 4-star power in the ancient desolate realm of gods will have a crystal mine, so the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi will be purer and more concentrated. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon smiled and said, So that's why. Zhao Feng suddenly understood why the difference between 3-star and 4-star powers in the ancient desolate realm of gods was so big. An entire crystal mine was enough to change the fate of a race, but one had to have enough strength to protect it. This made the strong forces in the ancient desolate realm of gods extremely strong while the weaker ones were like dust. For stars was a huge threshold. 3-star forces were at the very bottom in the ancient desolate realm of gods, and 2-star forces were basically ants, but once one became a 4-star power, they would be considered a strong force that could rule over a certain area in all the 2-star and 3-star races. I have an entire substandard god crystal mine in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng felt smug. Zhao Feng used his substandard god crystal mine for 2 things. The first was to supply himself with cultivating resources, while the second was to strengthen the beasts inside the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and started to cultivate. Now that he was in the ancient desolate realm of gods, his main goal was to consolidate his strength. Zhao Feng found that he could improve many aspects of himself after coming to the ancient desolate realm of gods. So he didn't rush to break through to the peak stages of the mystic light realm. As for Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, it was already at the 7th level, the level of true gods. So it would be hard to make any improvements for a while. Zhao Feng took out a few substandard god crystals and some precious ancient resources, then absorbed them with the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. Zhao Feng felt that cultivating here was extremely smooth. His cultivation speed had doubled, and surges of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi merged into Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng was also able to use resources more efficiently. Meanwhile, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi within the misty spatial world was now on par with the outside world. Zhao Wan, the little thieving cat, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon were all cultivating in it. Zhao Wang's cultivation was the lowest amongst them, but that only gave him the chance to make his foundation stronger. As for the little thieving cat, it had been in seclusion ever since entering the ancient desolate realm of gods, which surprised Zhao Feng. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Feng could sense the aura of an ancient bloodline within the little thieving cat's body more clearly, and the little thieving cat's cultivation was increasing rapidly. As I thought, the background of this cat is not simple. It has such a unique bloodline. Zhao Feng used part of his energy and focused on the little thieving cat. Because cultivating was so smooth and there was no one there to disturb him, Zhao Feng stayed in seclusion. Time flowed like water and a month soon passed, but the Green Jade sheep race never saw the so-called Elder Sea. One day, Zhao Feng felt that the outside world was full of urgent noises, and he finally opened his eyes. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had many martial arts fields and arenas. At this moment, several hundred members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race gathered around the edges of a martial arts field. Of course, there were also members of other races present. The forces behind these people had paid heavy prices in order to send them to the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race to cultivate. In the very center of the group was Lu Yun from the Green Jade sheep race. Blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth as he looked around helplessly. Brat, what race are you from? How come I've never seen you before? A youth in white clothes with golden-red sheep horns had a playful smile. He'd better not have snuck in. A large-headed youth in green spoke next to the youth in white. Several cronies immediately agreed. These members were all descendants of the elders or regulators within the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. The youth in white was called Si Jinhua, a descendant of Si Luhan, the second elder of the blazing fire golden sheep race. These people bullied the members of other races and would cause trouble whenever they felt like it. Coincidentally, they met Lu Yun today. Secretly watching members of the blazing fire golden sheep race train is forbidden, Si Jinhua said with a faint smile as he tried to scare Lu Yun. The members of the blazing fire golden sheep race nearby instantly started to laugh. Only a small amount of people looked at Lu Yun with sympathy. I'll teach you a lesson today so that you won't break the rules again in the future. Si Jinhua laughed in a deadly manner, and the other members of the race nearby prepared to take action. Stop! Uncle Qing flew over at this moment and released a strong power that pushed these people aside. The other members of the green jade sheep race, including Yuliner, also arrived. Lu Yun, are you okay? Yuliner looked at Lu Yun with panic. Si Jinhua's expression changed slightly when he felt this pressure, but he revealed a faint smile after inspecting the group of people that just arrived. So it's this group of trash. Great-grandfather is just too shy to force you away. I didn't think that you were all still here. Si Jinhua laughed. He had heard his great-grandfather talk about the green jade sheep race before. The expressions of the green jade sheep race members changed dramatically when they heard this. They obviously knew what he meant and felt extremely humiliated. However, since this was the blazing fire golden sheep race's territory and this youth in white, who was only at the Great Origin Core realm, was the descendant of Elder C, the green jade sheep race wouldn't dare to touch him even if they had 10,000 more guts. That chick doesn't look too bad. If you give her to me, I can ask great-grandfather to take care of you. Si Jinhua's eyes traveled across Yuliner's body. You! Uncle Qing's expression turned to anger as he started radiating killing intent. You dare to touch me? Si Jinhua puffed out his chest. He wasn't scared of the pressure of a mystic light realm expert at all, and he even had a sign of disdain. Who? A black-armored male hiding in darkness immediately appeared next to Si Jinhua and unleashed a fiery red light that pushed back Uncle Qing by several yards. It was obvious that this person was an expert assigned to protect Si Jinhua in secret. Hey San, you've come just in time. Apart from that woman, teach all the others a lesson. Si Jinhua harumphed coldly as his gaze landed on Yuliner once more. Uncle Qing, are you okay? The members of the green jade sheep race had urgent expressions as they gathered around Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing had a grim expression as he looked at this black-armored male with furrowed eyebrows. Urgency flashed through his eyes. The cultivation of this opponent should be at the early stages of the mystic light realm, but Heisan was no ordinary mystic light realm. He was a mystic light realm expert from the blazing fire golden sheep race and Si Jinhua's personal bodyguard, so his strength should be much greater than normal early-stage mystic light realms. Uncle Qing's injuries still hadn't fully recovered yet, so he obviously wasn't Heisan's match. What Uncle Qing didn't expect though was that Heisan had attacked at full force just now without holding anything back at all. This proved that what Si Jinhua said a moment ago was true. Elder Si Luhan, who they were here to seek protection from, didn't even put them in their eyes and just wanted to use this chance to squeeze out the potential of the green jade sheep race. Uncle Qing was even wondering whether Si Jinhua caused trouble with the green jade sheep race under the orders of Si Luhan. No matter what, Uncle Qing understood that they couldn't stay with the blazing fire golden sheep race anymore. In this world, no strength meant no relationship. Sorry. The green jade sheep race shouldn't have interrupted you. Although they did nothing wrong, Uncle Qing had to apologize to Heisan, Si Jinhua, and company. Young lady, young master, let's leave this place, Uncle Qing said. The others weren't dumb either. They obviously knew that staying behind would be the same as facing the giant spirit deer race. You just tried to attack my young master, and now you want to leave just like that? Heisan laughed coldly and spoke in a forceful tone. The nearby disciples all seemed to sense something and started to retreat. What? The expressions of the green jade sheep race members changed dramatically. From the beginning, it was Si Jinhua troubling the green jade sheep race, but they weren't letting Uncle Qing leave after he apologized? Come with me and admit your sins to Elder Si. Heisan revealed a disdainful expression as fiery red mystic light, sacred power spread from his palms and increased the temperature of heaven and earth. Blazing fire sky pole hand. Heisan's hands expanded and turned into a pair of fiery red beast claws, and they radiated a heart-shaking deadly aura. Uncle Qing's expression instantly turned to panic. Heisan's cultivation was a level higher than his, and he wasn't at his peak state either. He was definitely not Heisan's match. Furthermore, they were still in the blazing fire golden sheep race's territory. Once they took action, the entire green jade sheep race would be punished. Whoosh! Heisan's figure flashed toward Uncle Qing with dark red fiery claws. Right at this moment, a dark yellow bolt of lightning flashed in front of Uncle Qing. Boom! A strong surge of physical force and lightning spread. Everyone on the martial arts field felt a terrifying and heavy pressure descend upon them. They became unable to move, and their true yuan and bloodlines almost completely froze. Arg! Heisan screamed as his arms were shattered by the dominating power. His figure was thrown back into a hall several hundred yards away. Bam! Heisan spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Zhao Feng in shock. Although he had a sacred body, his two arms showed no signs of recovering. One had to know that Zhao Feng's state of existence had reached the level of a true god, and it contained the destructive power of God Tribulation Lightning. The body of a measly early-stage mystic light realm was useless against Zhao Feng. This, Senior Zhao. Uncle Qing's expression shook as he looked at Zhao Feng. He was shocked by Zhao Feng's power, but then Uncle Qing gave a deep sigh. They were in the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race. After attacking a member of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race, Zhao Feng would not be able to leave here alive. Since Zhao Feng was brought here by the Green Jade Sheep Race, the Green Jade Sheep Race would also be implicated. However, even if Zhao Feng didn't do anything, the Green Jade Sheep Race wouldn't have been able to survive. Who are you? How dare you attack the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race? Xi Jinhua revealed panic for the first time. The strength of this human wasn't to be underestimated. He was able to defeat Heisan in a single move. Right at this moment, several powerful auras appeared from deeper within the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race's territory. The sound of flying appeared as 6 Mystic Light Realm experts of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race arrived at the martial arts field. Who dares to act as they wish in the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race? The leading elder had a fiery hot gaze and a goatee as he looked at Zhao Feng in anger. In this elder's eyes, the strength of this golden-haired male was at least at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm for him to be able to defeat Heisan in one move. On top of that, his strength was probably greater than others of the same cultivation. However, this was the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race. The elder had 5 more Mystic Light Realm experts next to him. No matter how strong this golden-haired male was, he wouldn't be a match for them. 5th elder, quickly kill this person. He dares to challenge the superiority of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race. Xi Jinhua pointed at Zhao Feng and immediately said. Those from the Green Jade Sheep Race instantly revealed looks of despair. They didn't expect 6 Mystic Light Realm experts of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race to appear right after Zhao Feng took action. This elder with a goatee was the 5th elder of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race, and he had reached the peak stages of the Mystic Light Realm. His strength was immeasurable. However, what they didn't expect was Zhao Feng to be even more forceful. How dare you act like this in front of me? Zhao Feng's golden hair blew as he swept his cold eyes over the people in front of him. He had been in the ancient desolate realm of gods for a while now, so he started to adapt to this place. Strength was the source of everything. The weak could only be humiliated. It was time for Zhao Feng to display his strength and obtain some resources from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race. After all, aside from himself, Zhao Feng still had the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, who was a bottomless hole for resources. He was already starting to lack resources. What? You? The expression of the 5th elder changed slightly as he became enraged. Zhao Feng basically copied what he said but acted in an even tougher manner. Even those from the Green Jade Sheep Race were dazed as they looked at Zhao Feng in shock. Zhao Feng was extremely forceful and still composed even in front of 6 Mystic Light Realm experts. They didn't know whether or not it was because Zhao Feng didn't know how death was written or if he was truly that strong. Who is this person? What kind of bloodline does he have to act like this? Regardless, he doesn't know how high heaven is or how thick earth is. How dare he act like this in front of the fifth elder? Some of the surrounding blazing fire golden sheep race members discussed. They were either in shock or started to mock Zhao Feng. Fine. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on what it means to offend me. The fifth elder roared in anger. Who? The fifth elder and the other 5 mystic light realm experts circulated their mystic light sacred power and immediately took action. A surge of terrifying aura spread across the martial arts field. Anyone below the mystic light realm immediately retreated several hundred yards and hid into nearby buildings. Only the 6 blazing fire golden sheep race members and Zhao Feng remained behind on the martial arts field. Humph. That human is definitely going to die. Si Jinhua harumphed coldly as he looked at Zhao Feng in disdain. But in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically and he froze. Boom! Boom! Pong! The 5 other mystic light realm experts from the blazing fire golden sheep race were slammed to the ground by a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai when they approached Zhao Feng. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to break free. As for the fifth elder, he coughed out blood after being sent flying with one punch. 6 mystic light realm elders of the blazing fire golden sheep race were defeated by Zhao Feng in one move. The entire martial arts field was enveloped by a dark yellow force of lightning, and the tough ground started to shatter inch by inch. The clansmen hiding in the surrounding buildings had wide-open mouths as they looked at what just happened with disbelief. Senior Zhao. Yulinner's expression changed dramatically as she covered her mouth with her hand. Next to her, Lu Yun looked at Zhao Feng with a fiery gaze. How is this possible? You? The fifth elder clutched his chest as shock appeared on his face. Zhao Feng suppressed 5 early-stage Mystic Light Realms and heavily injured a peak-stage Mystic Light Realm expert with one punch the instant he took action. How was this possible? Based on the fifth elder's senses, the cultivation of this golden-haired male was only at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm. Could his true cultivation be at the heavenly divine realm and he was just hiding his strength? He obviously couldn't know that Zhao Feng was already able to suppress demigods in the continent zone many years ago. After entering the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng's state of existence had reached the level of a true god. This meant that his physical attacks were also strengthened. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the fifth elder. He simply merged an invisible intent into the air. Wind and clouds blew in the sky as a hand of lightning formed and grabbed towards Si Jinhua not far away. Senior, spare me. At this moment, Si Jinhua felt a strong sense of death. The strength that Zhao Feng displayed utterly shocked him. After all, he was only at the Great Origin Core Realm. You dare to touch Jinhua? A roar sounded from a golden building. Whoosh! A dark green figure instantly appeared between Zhao Feng and Si Jinhua. Boom! Pong! This elder immediately took action and prepared to save Si Jinhua from Zhao Feng. Second elder. On the side, the fifth elder revealed a joyful expression. Apart from himself, the other elders of the blazing fire golden sheep race had all touched the power of the heavenly divine realm and were demigods. In particular, second elder Si Luhan was an elite even amongst demigods. Hee. Zhao Feng laughed coldly as he moved his intent. Si Jinhua thought that he would be safe after his great-grandfather arrived. Boom! But in the next moment, his body exploded. The scene shocked everyone. Senior Zhao. Uncle Qing's voice started to shake. He originally thought that Zhao Feng would earn the right to negotiate with the blazing fire golden sheep race after defeating the fifth elder and revealing his strength. The green jade sheep race might be able to escape as well. However, Zhao Feng suddenly killed Si Luhan's descendant even after the latter arrived. Such an action was the same as infuriating and challenging Si Luhan directly. Why would Senior Zhao do such a dumb thing? But what Uncle Qing expected didn't happen. What is the meaning of this? Si Luhan looked at Zhao Feng with a cold and wary gaze. This golden-haired male still killed Si Jinhua even after seeing that he was coming. This scared Si Luhan. Although Si Jinhua was a descendant of his, Si Jinhua was weak and useless. Si Luhan wouldn't lose his mind over his descendant's death. Right at this moment, an old godlike voice sounded from a dark golden palace in the forbidden grounds of the blazing fire golden sheep race's territory. Tell him to come see me. Patriarch. The members of the family present on the martial arts field all lowered their heads in respect, as if they were bowing to an emperor. No one expected that a small issue between two Origin Core Realm disciples would have raised the attention of the blazing fire golden sheep race patriarch. Come with me. Si Luhan looked coldly at Zhao Feng and spoke. Whoosh! The two figures then disappeared. In the forbidden grounds of the blazing fire golden sheep race was a golden palace. Although this place was forbidden, there were no guards around or any defensive arrays. This was because the patriarch of the blazing fire golden sheep race himself was the strongest. Any 4-star power in the ancient desolate realm of gods needed at least one true god. In the eyes of 2-star and 3-star forces, true god experts were the real experts of the realm. Just one word from a true god could decide their fate. Within a spacious yet quiet golden hall, Patriarch, I've brought him. The second elder stood respectfully to the side. At the front of the hall was an elder with white hair and a withered aura. This person was the patriarch of the blazing fire golden sheep race, true god Skyfire. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of golden light looked at Zhao Feng with limitless force. Human, what is your goal in causing trouble in the blazing fire golden sheep race and injuring my clansmen? True god Skyfire's voice resounded across the hall. The entire hall seemed to freeze. Just raising one's hand or foot required one to face this massive pressure. The second elder felt that even breathing was difficult, but Zhao Feng had a calm expression and steady aura. This one just wants to obtain some resources from the blazing fire golden sheep race by relying on my strength. Zhao Feng got straight to the point and looked at true god Skyfire. Since he had been in the ancient desolate realm of gods for a while now, Zhao Feng basically understood the rules of this world. According to his guesses, true god Skyfire should be a relatively old rank 1 true god. If true god Skyfire had a divine weapon, then his strength would probably be even greater than true god Tianfan when he descended to the continent zone. A rank 1 true god was enough to wipe out the entire continent zone, but Zhao Feng wasn't the Zhao Feng from back then anymore. At the very least, if he focused on running, there was nothing a rank 1 true god could do to him. What do you want? True god Skyfire's eyebrows furrowed together. No force would reject experts. As long as one wasn't from an opposing force and was strong enough, they could work together. The strength that Zhao Feng just displayed a moment ago easily surpassed normal demigods. His true strength was probably on par with the race's first elder. 1. Cultivation resources. 2. The blazing fire golden sheep race's map. Zhao Feng told them what he wanted. Patriarch, this person's background is unclear and very likely might be a spy sent by other races. We should do a thorough search first before coming to a decision, Si Luhan immediately said. It was obvious that he didn't like Zhao Feng's attitude. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had slain one of his descendants in front of so many people, which made him lose a lot of face. Although he wasn't confident that he could defeat Zhao Feng personally, the patriarch was present, so he was obviously thinking about how to frighten Zhao Feng. This one comes from a place very far away and knows nothing about this place at all. That's why I want the map in the first place, Zhao Feng said with a calm expression. Brat, maps are extremely important and precious in the ancient desolate realm of gods. They are a symbol of status, and they aren't easily obtained. True god Skyfire said with interest. The ancient desolate realm of gods was filled with countless dangers, and nature was ever-changing, so a detailed map was extremely useful. Furthermore, every inch of land was being fought over at every moment by different races or powers, so the more recent the map, the more precious it was. If that's the case, then I will just have to go to some other race nearby, Zhao Feng said with a smile and prepared to leave. Test him out, Skyfire True God messaged Si Luhan. Do you think this is a place you can enter and leave as you wish? Si Luhan's face turned cold as a golden spear appeared in his hand. Golden flow raging howl. Si Luhan waved the flaming golden spear, and golden flames that could melt anything instantly appeared around him. Boom! 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 Golden waves filled the sky and charged toward Zhao Feng. Substandard God Weapon. Zhao Feng's expression changed. Substandard God weapons would only appear once every couple dozen millennia in the continent zone. Only a small number of demigods had one. However, the ancient desolate realm of gods was different. Most demigods had substandard god weapons, and sometimes they even had more than one. The one that Si Luhan had was of a very high grade. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure flashed toward the flame-covered Si Luhan. What? Si Luhan's expression changed dramatically. He originally thought that Zhao Feng would at least take out a weapon to fight back. But Zhao Feng was charging toward his attack with bare fists. Boom! Golden flames churned and lightning blew as Si Luhan's figure slammed into a wall. Since the hall was under the protection of True God Skyfire, no damage was done. How is this possible? Si Luhan's expression turned to shock. At this moment, Zhao Feng looked at the spear in his hands with a smile. This spear was Si Luhan's substandard god weapon. In the exchange just now, Si Luhan was defeated in one move, and even his substandard god weapon was taken by Zhao Feng. Si Luhan was utterly shocked, and cold sweat poured down his back. He originally thought that, although Zhao Feng could defeat the fifth elder in just one move, he was only a bit stronger than the elder. However, Si Luhan was defeated in one move as well, just like the fifth elder. Whoosh! The substandard god weapon was put into the misty spatial world by Zhao Feng. Thank you for the present, Elder Si. I'll be going now. Zhao Feng laughed, then continued to leave. Since his state of existence had reached the level of a true god, attacks from anyone weaker than a true god wouldn't do much damage to him. Even though he was in the ancient desolate realm of gods now, that was still the same. Little friend, slow down. Your strength is enough to obtain the map of the blazing fire golden sheep race. True God Skyfire said with a faint smile. Just now, he purposely let Si Luhan test out Zhao Feng's true strength. But he could only see one thing from the exchange, and that was a divine body. Although Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm, his state of existence had reached the level of a true god. He cultivated a profound body-strengthening technique, allowing his body to be on par with a divine body. It was because of this that Zhao Feng was able to completely ignore Si Luhan's attack and steal his substandard god weapon. I just remembered that I'm still lacking a few weapons. Zhao Feng stopped and revealed a cunning smile. Si Luhan lowered his head in embarrassment. His substandard god weapon had been taken away by Zhao Feng, and now the latter was saying that he still lacked weapons? Little friend Zhao doesn't need to worry about that. True God Skyfire hesitated for a moment before saying with a faint smile. Okay. Then I'll be waiting. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and bowed before leaving. Patriarch. No one knows the history of that brat, and he's extremely greedy. Do we really need to borrow his power? Si Luhan was slightly unhappy. After losing his substandard god weapon, Si Luhan might not even a match for the third elder now. His strength is greater than you think, and the current situation of the blazing fire golden sheep race isn't very good. Helplessness flashed through True God Skyfire's eyes as he sighed lightly. After leaving the forbidden grounds, Zhao Feng relocated. The green jade sheep race was also fine, and they received better treatment from the blazing fire golden sheep race. Eventually, everyone from the green jade sheep race arrived outside Zhao Feng's hall. The green jade sheep race will never forget Senior Zhao Feng's gratitude. We cannot repay you. Everyone from the green jade sheep race knelt on the ground. Get up. I can't stay here forever. In order to be respected by others, you have to rely on your own strength. Zhao Feng sighed. The green jade sheep race understands. Those from the green jade sheep race had decisive gazes. Instead of being punished by the blazing fire golden sheep race for causing trouble in the blazing fire golden sheep race, heavily injuring an upper echelon member and killing Si Jinhua, Zhao Feng was instead respected by the blazing fire golden sheep race. All of this was because of strength. On the other hand, the green jade sheep race had done nothing wrong but had to apologize even after being humiliated by the blazing fire golden sheep race. Right now, the Green Jade sheep race was just being protected by Zhao Feng. Once Zhao Feng left, their status would drop by 1,000 yards, and they would be bullied once more. Zhao Feng entered seclusion once more after the Green Jade sheep race left. Zhao Feng multitasked within the misty spatial world. He first cultivated the 5-elemental wind-lightning technique to consolidate and strengthen his foundation. He would soon be able to successfully reach the peak stages of the mystic light realm. The second of his thoughts absorbed the God Tribulation lightning symbols and used the power of God Tribulation lightning to refine his sacred lightning body. The God Tribulation lightning symbols had always been Zhao Feng's killing move, and he started to absorb God Tribulation lightning without worry after obtaining the lightning God crystal. It could increase his strength and refine his sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng used the third of his thoughts to increasing the level of his comprehension. Whoosh! 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 3 fruits floated in front of Zhao Feng. At this moment, several small holes were present in these fruits, so more intent washed toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan were cultivating not far away from Zhao Feng, and the intent was also very useful for them. Strength is everything. Zhao Feng had a decisive gaze. Although his status in the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race wasn't bad, 4-star powers were only middle-level existences in the ancient desolate realm of gods at best. There was nothing to be happy about. Furthermore, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was the most normal and weakest 4-star power. They only had one rank, one true god, who was reaching the end of his lifespan. It was because of this issue that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race urgently needed other experts and were thus so respectful to Zhao Feng. If it was a 4.5-star force instead, they wouldn't need Zhao Feng's help. The spiritual race is at least a 5-star race. Zhao Feng's heart shook. If he went to the spiritual race with his current strength, his result would probably be the same as the Green Jade Spirit race when they arrived at the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. Si Luhan arrived at Zhao Feng's place 10 days later. Zhao Feng. This is the map that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race has created. Si Luhan took out a jade slip that was enclosed with a unique secret technique. Zhao Feng took the jade slip, activated his sacred lightning body, and used the power of God Tribulation lightning to destroy the seal. An enormous surge of information entered Zhao Feng's mind after he put his consciousness inside. Red Leaf Forest Grounds, Skyfeather Island, Blue Ocean Bay. This map was more than a dozen times bigger than the Green Jade Sheep Race's map, and it was also more detailed and up-to-date. Zhao Feng found that Skyfeather Island had close to 24 4-star powers, and Skyfeather Island was just one of the islands in Blue Ocean Bay. A 4.5-star power ruled the entire Blue Ocean Bay. At the same time, Zhao Feng found out that there was a giant ancient teleportation array in Skyfeather Island that could directly send him to the edges of Blue Ocean Bay. This meant that, if Zhao Feng wanted to leave, it would be best to use the teleportation array on Skyfeather Island. However, this teleportation array was under the control of the Skyfeather Island Lord. Zhao Feng, the weapon you'll be receiving is in First Elder's hands, and he needs you to go get it yourself, Si Luhan said coldly. Where is First Elder? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Apart from True God Skyfire and Si Luhan, Zhao Feng didn't sense any other experts at that level in the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. In Fire Sea Forest. That is where the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race is fighting against the Black-Tongued Lizard race, Si Luhan said with a smile. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race's map was extremely precious. If Zhao Feng wanted another substandard god weapon as well, he obviously needed to do something more. When Zhao Feng went to pick it up, he would have to help the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. It's good that way. It's time for me to go work out. I haven't met anyone recently that I can actually have a fight with. Zhao Feng laughed coldly and sent Si Luhan away. Si Luhan left Zhao Feng's place with a grim expression. What Zhao Feng meant was that Si Luhan didn't have the ability to fight against Zhao Feng. Arrogant and cocky. You'll see what happens next. Si Luhan revealed a cunning smile. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had 5 elders in total. First Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder were all at the battlefield. Most of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race's elites were also there. But even then, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was on the defensive and didn't dare to clash against the Black-Tongued Lizard race head-on. Fire Sea Forest. Zhao Feng quickly searched for this location on the map in his mind. Fire Sea Forest was in the Red Leaf Forest grounds. Because there were so many fire elemental resources there, it looked like a sea when viewed from above, which is where it got its name. The two 4-star powers were fighting this time because they found a bunch of resources underneath Fire Sea Forest, Sky Pearl Fire Ginseng. Sky Pearl Fire Ginseng contained ancient fire elemental heaven earth yuan qi, and it was extremely beneficial for one's state of existence, even if they were demigods or gods. Zhao Feng headed toward the destination after confirming his route. Fire Sea Forest was in the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, so it wasn't very far. With Zhao Feng's current speed, he could arrive in 2 months. Although Zhao Feng was busy heading toward the destination, Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan were still cultivating within the misty spatial world. So new experiences and comprehensions kept on popping up in Zhao Feng's mind. I'm here. Zhao Feng stopped. He could see a weird red forest covered in red mist in the distance. This environment is extremely suitable for people that cultivate the element of fire. The fire of wind lightning sacred power within Zhao Feng's body felt the heaven-earth yuan qi and the fire elemental resources in the air and started to boil. Zhao Feng found several hundred blazing fire golden sheep race members in some ruins. Several hundred miles away was a large number of black-tongued lizard race members. Is this newcomer Zhao Feng? At this moment, an elder with a red beard that almost reached his knees walked out from the group of blazing fire golden sheep race members. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately descended to the ground. There were many members of the blazing fire golden sheep race around the ruins. They had ugly expressions, and most of them were heavily injured. Seeing Zhao Feng arrive, the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race revealed joyful expressions when they thought they were about to receive powerful reinforcements. But that turned into disappointment and disdain when they sensed Zhao Feng's cultivation. What's wrong with the patriarch? Why did he send a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator? What can a human at the late stages of the mystic light realm do? The members of the blazing fire golden sheep race sighed one after another. Even First Elder paused for a moment and looked suspiciously at Zhao Feng. True God Skyfire said that a powerful expert had joined them and would take the substandard god weapon here in exchange for helping them fight the black-tongued lizard race. Of course, the race would then take out another substandard god weapon and give it to First Elder, but True God Skyfire didn't tell him that Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm. First Elder. I'm here under orders from True God Skyfire to take the substandard god weapon. Zhao Feng arrived in front of First Elder and said, "What? This brat is here to take the substandard god weapon. Now that the two races are fighting, he's going to take away the substandard god weapon? What hope do we have?" The members of the blazing fire golden sheep race looked at Zhao Feng with disgust. First Elder, this is indeed not very good. At this moment, the blazing fire golden sheep race's third elder walked over. Shut up! First Elder roared and released a terrifying aura, causing everyone to quieten down. First Elder was the strongest demigod in the blazing fire golden sheep race, and he was considered the patriarch when True God Skyfire was in seclusion. This is the order of the patriarch. A long sword covered in golden seals appeared in First Elder's hand. Zhao Feng took this substandard god weapon and inspected it for a while. Not bad. Zhao Feng was pretty satisfied. This was the best substandard god item he had seen so far. Now we will need Brother Zhao to help our race fight the enemy. First Elder looked deeply at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm, First Elder could see that Zhao Feng was not normal. Furthermore, he trusted the patriarch's decision. Why would True God Skyfire send someone useless over to support them? Of course. Zhao Feng immediately agreed. Although the blazing fire golden sheep race was relatively weak, this environment suited them, which was why they could last so long. Understood. Zhao Feng found a random spot and entered the misty spatial world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two substandard god weapons appeared in Zhao Feng's hands. The flaming golden spear and the golden long sword. Zhao Feng gave the flaming golden spear to Zhao Wang and gave the golden long sword to Zhao Wan. The element of metal within this golden long sword is rather pure, and it can be used to cultivate the metal of wind lightning in the future. Zhao Feng planned. If the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race heard what Zhao Feng just said, they would probably cough out blood. Zhao Feng was planning to use a substandard god weapon as a cultivation resource? That was just a complete waste. In reality, Zhao Feng didn't even need any weapons. His golden Kuan sacred lightning had reached the 7th level, so his body was the best weapon. It had also merged with the bloodline power in his index finger, and was basically a divine weapon that surpassed substandard god weapons. What Zhao Feng really lacked was a long-range weapon. The skylocking bow couldn't satisfy Zhao Feng anymore, and Zhao Feng didn't want to reveal the ancient god seal. After all, True God Tian Fa came to the continent zone specifically for this item. From this, one could see that the ancient god seal was considered precious even amongst divine weapons. Zhao Feng sat down and started to cultivate. He first cultivated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the divine forming technique before trying to analyze the 3rd level of the soul-splitting technique. The mysterious golden ball replicated ancient resources within the dimension of his god eye. Many intents gathered around the lightning god crystal and slowly absorbed the power of god tribulation lightning, then merged it into his sacred lightning body. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, putting aside the Gulong zone, it would be extremely hard for Zhao Feng to leave Skyfeather Island or Blue Ocean Bay with his current strength. Furthermore, the ancient desolate realm of gods was extremely cruel and dangerous. Only by increasing his strength would Zhao Feng be able to survive and see Zhao Yufei as well as Xian Wuheng, who had an unknown level of strength. Therefore, Zhao Feng needed to use all his time to increase his strength. Opposite the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was where the Black-Tongued Lizard race was. First Elder. It seems the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race has received reinforcements. Cold light flashed through the eyes of a green, thick-skinned elder. The Black-Tongued Lizard race originally only needed to attack 2 or 3 more times before they would be able to defeat the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. The Black-Tongued Lizard race didn't really want the resources. Their focus was the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race itself. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was becoming weaker, and True God Skyfire was reaching the end of his lifespan. The Black-Tongued Lizard race couldn't allow another True God to appear in the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. Bao Li, it's just someone at the late stages of the Mystic Light realm. There's no need to worry. The Black-Tongued Lizard race's first elder had a cold expression. But why would the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race send over a single human at the late stages of the Mystic Light realm? Bao Li started to think. First elder, what Bao Li said is correct. There is definitely something suspicious about it. At this moment, a demigod expert wearing dark blue armor walked over. Then go and test them out. First elder thought for a while before speaking. Sure. We will go scout out the situation. Bao Li and the dark-armored male directed 300 members of the Black-Tongued Lizard race and quietly approached the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race before charging out at a certain moment. Kill! Kill everyone from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. The dark-armored male revealed a deadly gaze and roared. Enemy attack! The Black-Tongued Lizard race is attacking. Quick! Defend! The members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race quickly entered battle mode. The first elder of the Black-Tongued Lizard race hasn't moved yet. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race's first elder was surprised. The fight has finally started? Zhao Feng opened his eyes, which were filled with battle intent. Zhao Feng, join my group and listen to my orders. At this moment, the third elder of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race spoke. The second and third elder were close, and he had received second elder's message beforehand to teach Zhao Feng a lesson. Zhao Feng, join my group and listen to my orders. The third elder of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had an arrogant expression. The other members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race also disliked Zhao Feng. Who do you think you are? Zhao Feng roared with a cold expression. This roar instantly dazed the third elder, and the other members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race nearby looked at Zhao Feng in shock. The third elder had an enraged expression as he looked at Zhao Feng, but his heart shook when he saw Zhao Feng's eyes. At this moment, the third elder felt like he was sealed in ice. His soul was completely suppressed by Zhao Feng, and he stood there, stunned, as if he had instinctively bowed in front of Zhao Feng's power, but he soon reacted and looked angrily at Zhao Feng with an embarrassed expression. "How dare you offend me? I am the third elder of the blazing fire golden sheep race." Third elder roared. Zhao Feng actually dared to humiliate him in front of the other clansmen of the blazing fire golden sheep race? If it wasn't for the fact that the black-tongued lizard race had already started attacking, third elder would have attacked Zhao Feng. The other members of the blazing fire golden sheep race looked at Zhao Feng with even more disgust. So weak yet so cocky. He'll see what's coming later. The clansmen of the blazing fire golden sheep race discussed Zhao Feng right in front of him. "Do the two of you want to be killed by the black-tongued lizard race?" The first elder spoke at this moment. The black-tongued lizard race was attacking right now, yet Zhao Feng and third elder were about to fight. The blazing fire golden sheep race was originally not a match for the black-tongued lizard race, so that was just suicidal. Ha 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 ha. What a bunch of retards. You're still fighting amongst each other at such a moment. A dark-armored demigod of the black-tongued lizard race laughed in the air. Boom! Pong! The dark-armored male slashed out with the dark blade in his hand and released a shocking blow. At the same time, the other members of the black-tongued lizard race attacked as well. Boom! 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 Wind, fire, and lightning filled the skies. It was as if doomsday had arrived and was crushing toward the blazing fire golden sheep race. Defend! All the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race circulated their sacred power to block this barrage under First Elder's orders. Counterattack! A light flashed through First Elder's eyes. The First Elder of the black-tongued lizard race and some of their other members still hadn't come over yet. The overall battle power of the blazing fire golden sheep race right now was slightly higher than their opponent, so this was the best chance for the blazing fire golden sheep race to counterattack. Once the opposing force's first elder took action, the blazing fire golden sheep race would have to go on the defensive. The first elder of the blazing fire golden sheep race focused on the first elder of the black-tongued lizard race while the others attacked. Kill! Kill all of these bastards! The blazing fire golden sheep race listened to First Elder's command and immediately took action the instant the First Elder gave the order. He he he. Let me face the blazing fire golden sheep race's reinforcements. The dark-armored male's eyes searched for Zhao Feng's figure. After all, the whole reason they came over was to test out Zhao Feng. Shoo! A bolt of scarlet lightning flashed in front of the dark-armored male. What speed! The dark-armored male was surprised. The speed that Zhao Feng just displayed wasn't something that someone at the late stages of the mystic light realm could have. What surprised the dark-armored male even more though was that Zhao Feng was running directly at him. Under normal circumstances, the dark-armored male would think that Zhao Feng was an idiot, but a sense of uneasiness appeared in his heart at this moment. On the other side, the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race also paused when they looked at Zhao Feng. A mystic light realm expert fighting against a demigod. Wasn't this the same as courting death? This person. The first elder's expression became grim as his eyebrows furrowed together. He was originally planning to fight this dark-armored male personally, but Zhao Feng got there first. Black Demon Force Sky Slash. A black mystic light sacred power appeared from the dark-armored male. Whoosh! 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 The dark-armored male slashed out with the long blade and unleashed several sharp slashes that engulfed Zhao Feng's figure. Physical Force Lightning Domain. Zhao Feng circulated his earth of wind lightning and activated his sacred lightning body. Boom! 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 A heavy and dark domain of lightning spread from Zhao Feng's body. The terrifying power of lightning and physical force destroyed everything nearby and covered the dark-armored male as well. What? The dark-armored male felt his bloodline and sacred power churn, as if it was going to break out at any moment. The nearby space was filled with a heavy lightning that suppressed his power. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately appeared next to the dark-armored male, released the bloodline power within his index finger, and stabbed out as he merged the power of the physical force lightning domain into it. What a powerful, ancient bloodline power! The dark-armored male's heart shook. The ancient bloodline aura coming from Zhao Feng's finger completely suppressed his own bloodline power and caused his body to instinctively shake. Pong! A small hole appeared in the dark-armored male's chest. A strong surge of physical force and lightning then erupted and engulfed the dark-armored male. Boom! Bam! The dark-armored male's body was split in two as his waist was destroyed by Zhao Feng's finger. The upper and lower halves of the dark-armored male were scorched black and lost their life force. Whoosh! A dark yuan soul sped into the distance. How is this possible? That brat must be a true god expert. The dark-armored male was shocked. In just one move, his sacred body was destroyed. This was something that only true god experts could do. What? That human brat? On the other side, Bao Li's eyes bulged out as he stared at Zhao Feng. He was sure that what he just saw was correct. A demigod was defeated by Zhao Feng in just one move. Something like this only happened in the legendary 5-star powers. 5-star powers that ruled at the peak of the ancient desolate realm of gods raised the strongest geniuses of the fan universe, and only they had the ability to instantly defeat someone with higher cultivation. However, it was impossible for a peerless genius of a 5-star power to appear in the territory of such a small force in the ancient desolate realm of gods. How is this possible? It wasn't just the black-tongued lizard race that was stunned. The blazing fire golden sheep race members were shocked as well. Third Elder stared at Zhao Feng and started to tremble uncontrollably. No wonder the patriarch would send such a person over. First Elder finally relaxed and revealed a faint smile. Based on the performance just now, Zhao Feng obviously had the strength of a rank 1 true god. At this point, the blazing fire golden sheep race would definitely be able to defeat the black-tongued lizard race. They had a true god-level expert on their side, and the enemy had lost a demigod. His interspatial dimension. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the Yuan soul that was trying to escape. After their physical body was destroyed, Yuan souls would usually take their interspatial dimension with them, just like how Zhao Feng had stored all his resources in the dimension of his left eye before taking over a new body. When True God Tian Fa was defeated originally, he had also taken his interspatial dimension with him, or else he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Whoosh! A purple and gold ball of lightning formed in Zhao Feng's left eye and radiated a shocking eye intent. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Boom! A dark purple ball of flaming god tribulation lightning symbols exploded on the black Yuan soul. Arg! The dark-armored male screamed as his soul started to become weaker. Not good. The expression of the black-tongued lizard race's first elder changed dramatically as he immediately charged toward Zhao Feng. He knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match based on the strength that Zhao Feng just displayed, but all he needed to do was block Zhao Feng for a moment and save the dark-armored male. After all, demigods were peak experts in 4-star powers and affected their rise or fall. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and thrust out his palm. Boom! Boom! Pong! A giant scarlet golden palm of lightning shot forward and sealed off the movement paths that the black-tongued lizard race's first elder could take. At the same time, Zhao Feng caught up to the Yuan soul of the dark-armored male and unleashed another soul attack. Pong! The Yuan soul of the dark-armored male disappeared into heaven and earth, and Zhao Feng took away his interspatial dimension. The battlefield between the two races was dead silent. A demigod had died without any resistance. At this moment, the faces of the black-tongued lizard race members turned white and their bones turned cold. From their point of view, the blazing fire golden sheep race basically had another true god expert now, so they would have no chances of winning. Run! The remaining members of the black-tongued lizard race immediately retreated. Retreat! Bao Li immediately gave the order, and several hundred members of the black-tongued lizard race threw off their armor. The spoils of war from one demigod is not enough. A pair of scarlet wings of lightning appeared on Zhao Feng's back. Shua! Zhao Feng turned into a scarlet bolt of lightning and charged toward the first elder of the black-tongued lizard race. You bunch of idiots! Are you just going to watch? Zhao Feng glanced at the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race. Kill! Chase after them while we have the advantage. First elder recovered from the shock and immediately gave the order. The morale of the blazing fire golden sheep race members increased as they chased the enemies. Human, don't get too cocky. The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match and immediately tried to escape. Heaven-piercing finger. Zhao Feng's right index finger released an ancient bloodline aura and a surge of wind lightning sacred power. Whoosh! A scarlet golden light shot through the air with a terrifying power of wind lightning. Bam! A hole appeared in the first elder's right shoulder as he tried to escape, and blood splattered out. At the same time, more scarlet golden light continued forward and slew two sacred lords of the black-tongued lizard race. With a thought, Zhao Feng took away their interspatial dimensions. Damn it! This brat! The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race had an extremely ugly expression. Zhao Feng was faster than him, but instead of focusing on just him, Zhao Feng killed other members of the black-tongued lizard race at the same time. In just a short while, Zhao Feng had killed almost 20 Mystic Light Realm experts. Where do you think you're running to? At this instant, the first elder and third elder of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race chased over. They obviously knew that killing the top experts of the black-tongued lizard race was the key to weakening their race overall. Fuck off, he's my prey. Zhao Feng looked at first elder and third elder and roared. He helped them resolve the danger this time, but they came to take his spoils of war. You! Third elder had an enraged expression and wanted to swear, but he had to stop himself. Let's go kill the other members of the black-tongued lizard race. First elder said. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, strength was everything. Zhao Feng was looked down on by everyone earlier, but now, no one dared to go against him. What? Is he confident that he can kill me by himself? The black-tongued lizard race's first elder was shocked, and cold sweat started to appear. What? Is he confident that he can kill me by himself? The black-tongued lizard race's first elder was shocked, and cold sweat started to appear. Defeating and killing someone were completely different concepts. The difficulty of the latter was several times harder than the former. Could he be a prodigy of the Golden Jade race? The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race guessed. The Golden Jade race was ranked 2,532nd among the 10,000 ancient races, and they were the rulers of Blue Ocean Bay. They were a 4.5-star power. Apparently, the prodigies of the Golden Jade race were the top geniuses of Blue Ocean Bay, and they had the ability to kill experts with higher cultivation. However, almost all of these prodigies were demigods. It wasn't that they couldn't break through to the heavenly divine realm. They were just suppressing their strength and consolidating their foundation to become a higher-ranked god. Apparently, geniuses who were able to become rank 3 true gods right away had a much higher probability of becoming an ancient god. Evil Light Flash. The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race burned his mystic light sacred power and used an escape technique. Whoosh! He turned into a black streak of light and started to slowly fade away in the air. Lightning Wings Spatial Flash. The pair of wings behind Zhao Feng's back instantly released a dazzling scarlet golden lightning that pushed his speed to the limit, and he instantly disappeared from sight. So fast! Third elder was stunned. Not only was Zhao Feng strong, his speed also surpassed demigods. But Zhao Feng can't do anything if the first elder of the black-tongued lizard race only focuses on running away. The first elder of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race sighed and thought that Zhao Feng was being too cocky. The strength of the black-tongued lizard race's first elder was far greater than his own, and he was extremely cunning. While Zhao Feng might be able to defeat him, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. After all, everyone knew the difference in difficulty between defeating and killing someone. It's better this way. Zhao Feng's chasing after the first elder of the black-tongued lizard race while we can kill all the others. Third elder revealed a cold and deadly smile. Of the 2 black-tongued lizard race demigods present, one had died while the other was running away. The black-tongued lizard race only had one remaining demigod in their group now, Bao Li. They were obviously not a match for the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, so everything went smoothly. The majority of the black-tongued lizard race's group was killed. Only Bao Li and a small number of clansmen were able to escape. Damn it, they got away. Third elder was unresigned. This was a great opportunity to kill as many enemies as possible, but there wasn't much they could do. The blazing fire golden sheep race would only be able to kill every member of the black-tongued lizard race if their strength was several tiers higher than the enemy's. But the black-tongued lizard race is no longer a match for the blazing fire golden sheep race. First Elder was overjoyed. This result had already exceeded their expectations. The blazing fire golden sheep race stayed behind to gather the spoils of war and recover from their injuries. Of course, they also needed to wait for Zhao Feng to return. They didn't dare to go anywhere before Zhao Feng returned. First Elder, do you think that the first Elder of the black-tongued lizard race and Bao Li could have attacked Zhao Feng together? Third Elder suddenly said. There were quite a few members of the black-tongued lizard race that had escaped. If they met up with the first Elder of the black-tongued lizard race and Zhao Feng on the way, Zhao Feng would need to face everyone from the black-tongued lizard race alone. That is a possibility. First Elder's expression changed slightly when Third Elder mentioned this. Although Zhao Feng was cocky, the blazing fire golden sheep race needed Zhao Feng. Let's go have a look. First Elder got up and prepared to lead the group and see what was happening. However, at this moment, a terrifying surge of wind lightning appeared in the distance. Wang! Shu! Zhao Feng instantly arrived in the air above the blazing fire golden sheep race. You bunch of idiots, you let so many enemies escape. I had to go kill them all myself. Zhao Feng looked down from above. It was as if he was a deity gazing over mortals. What? Third Elder cried out. He originally guessed that Zhao Feng might have been pincer-attacked by the black-tongued lizard race. But Zhao Feng managed to kill Bao Li and the others that escaped? What kind of monster was he? At the same time, another question appeared in his heart. Was the first Elder of the black-tongued lizard race dead too? Everyone from the blazing fire golden sheep race was filled with shock and respect for Zhao Feng. Little friend Zhao Feng, it's good that you're fine. Let's quickly mine the resources and return to the blazing fire golden sheep race. First Elder was full of smiles. The stronger Zhao Feng was, the more helpful he was to the blazing fire golden sheep race. The blazing fire golden sheep race was on the verge of falling to a 3-star power. But now they might be able to use Zhao Feng and retain the title of being a 4-star power or even expand. Let's go. The group returned the way they came under First Elder's orders. I didn't think that Senior Zhao would be so strong. It's all because of him that we were able to win. I've never seen such a strong cultivator at the late stages of the Mystic Light realm. Could Senior Zhao be a prodigy from a 5-star power that accidentally came here? The members of the blazing fire golden sheep race kept discussing Zhao Feng on the way back. Excitement and awe filled their eyes. In their hearts, the status of Zhao Feng had exceeded the 5 elders of the race. He was the top person beneath only the patriarch. They soon arrived at Fire Sea Forest. The task of mining the resources was obviously given to the weaker members while Zhao Feng sat on the side and organized his spoils of war. The wealth of the black-tongued lizard race's first elder isn't bad. But the others have nothing. Zhao Feng was full of smiles. The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race thought that he would be able to escape once he used his spatial escape technique. But that was his biggest mistake. After leaving the group, Zhao Feng immediately summoned the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and Zhao Wan to help. The first elder of the black-tongued lizard race had no way to survive. Little Black, this is yours. Zhao Feng picked out a majority of resources that he didn't need and threw them to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Okay. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't like the title that Zhao Feng gave it, but there was nothing it could do. Little friend Zhao Feng, we can go now. First Elder arrived next to Zhao Feng and said with a faint smile. N. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly. Apart from the patriarch of the blazing fire golden sheep race, Zhao Feng was now the number 1 person. It wouldn't even be too hard for Zhao Feng to conquer this 4-star power. But there was no need to do so. Zhao Feng didn't have enough time to manage it anyway. Zhao Feng followed First Elder and went to see True God Skyfire after returning to the blazing fire golden sheep race. Patriarch, we have successfully gathered the Sky Peel Fire Ginseng and killed all the members of the black-tongued lizard race there. The 3 demigods. First Elder paused for a moment because he wasn't sure if the first elder of the black-tongued lizard race had died or not. The 3 enemy demigods have all been killed. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile as he looked at True God Skyfire. What? True God Skyfire exclaimed. Even if Zhao Feng's strength was extremely close to the level of a true god, True God Skyfire couldn't believe that 3 demigods of the black-tongued lizard race had been killed. This meant that everyone from the black-tongued lizard race in the Fire Sea Forest had been slain. Good. Little friend Zhao, I was correct in choosing you. After the shock passed, True God Skyfire congratulated with smiles on his face. However, Zhao Feng had a cold expression and didn't move. This is the payment for little friend Zhao helping. True God Skyfire then handed an interspatial ring over. The result of this battle had exceeded True God Skyfire's expectations. One substandard god weapon wasn't enough. Thank you. If the blazing fire golden sheep race has any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help. Zhao Feng took the interspatial ring and said goodbye to True God Skyfire. Patriarch, Zhao Feng's strength has most likely reached the level of a rank 1 true god. First Elder said in a solemn tone after Zhao Feng left. His state of existence has already reached the level of a true god, and he's cultivated a profound body-strengthening technique as well. He basically has the divine body of a rank 1 true god. True God Skyfire revealed what information he knew. If that's the case, we could let Zhao Feng help us obtain the Exchange Spiritual Hall. First Elder had a courageous thought. Exchange spiritual halls in the ancient desolate realm of gods were similar to the void ocean spiritual palaces in the Nanlin Sea. They were a place for replenishment. However, the exchange spiritual halls in the ancient desolate realm of gods were created by the various forces within a certain area, and the controller of each one was picked from among these forces. There were 5 exchange spiritual halls spread out in Skyfeather Island, but there was close to 20 4-star powers in Skyfeather Island. A contest would be held in Skyfeather Island every millennium in order to fight over the exchange spiritual halls. The winner would be able to control the exchange spiritual hall. In other words, the controllers of the 5 exchange spiritual halls were basically the strongest 5 forces in the entire Skyfeather Island. Of course, the profit made from 1,000 years of owning one exchange spiritual hall were extremely great and could change the fate of a force. In the past, the blazing fire golden sheep race didn't even think about participating in the competition. Let me think about it. True God Skyfire started to think. In reality, True God Skyfire already had this thought when Zhao Feng fought with Second Elder, but since this was such an important issue, he needed to think about it some more. Zhao Feng entered seclusion after returning to his residence. Within the misty spatial world, Shua, several high-grade substandard god crystals and precious resources floated in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique to absorb their energy in order to cultivate the earth of wind lightning. At the same time, Zhao Feng multitasked and comprehended many other things as well. Zhao Feng opened his eyes a month later. It will be very hard for my earth of wind lightning to make any major improvements unless I increase my cultivation. Zhao Feng let out a breath. In reality, he could have become a sacred king and broken through to the heavenly divine realm long ago. His strength had already reached the level of a rank 1 true god, and he already had a god tribulation lightning sacred body and a lightning soul body. The true god lightning tribulation wouldn't be very difficult. But even if it goes well, I'll only be able to become a rank 2 true god if I do it now. Zhao Feng shook his head. In reality, Zhao Feng wasn't very confident if he could even become a rank 2 true god. Apparently, if one can become a rank 3 true god instantly, the chances of becoming an ancient god will be much higher. I wonder if anyone's reached rank 4 or even rank 5 straight away. Zhao Feng had a lot of expectations. Becoming a higher-ranked god saved time and resources and also gave him more potential in the future. If he could meet the requirements, Zhao Feng would try to become a higher-ranked god. This was the reason why Zhao Feng suppressed his cultivation and consolidated his foundation. It was now very hard for Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique to improve, and his state of existence had already reached the level of a rank 1 true god. Zhao Feng decided to put his focus on his bloodline power. A strong bloodline was very helpful to breaking through to the heavenly divine realm. For example, the top 200 bloodlines in the 10,000 ancient races would become rank 2 true gods when they broke through to the heavenly divine realm, even if the individual's foundation was very weak. This was one of the benefits that a strong bloodline brought. While Zhao Feng's perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline was considered one of the top bloodlines in the continent zone, it was useless in the ancient desolate realm of gods because the purity of the bloodlines in the ancient desolate realm of gods was extremely high. For example, the bloodline of the Golden Jade race, who ruled Blue Ocean Bay, was only ranked 2000-something, but at the same cultivation level, someone like Wen Luan who had the high-ranking Heaven Sun Battle race bloodline wouldn't be their match. This was the difference between the ancient desolate realm of gods and other dimensions. For someone like Zhao Yufei, who had an ancient bloodline but was from a weak dimension, the purity of their bloodline would increase after entering the ancient desolate realm of gods. However, this was only limited to ancient bloodlines. Zhao Feng's Imperial Dao bloodline hadn't changed at all after coming here. Whoosh! Zhao Feng arrived in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng now had a big army of beasts within the ancient dream realm. Apart from the golden-winged scarlet tigers, skyfire lightning ape, earth-shattering raging bulls, and the earth crystal race, Zhao Feng had also conquered several races ranked in the 8,000s of the 10,000 ancient races. The strongest was the Yao Fire Fox race. They were ranked 8,030th among the 10,000 ancient races. However, Zhao Feng needed a terrifying amount of resources to raise this beast army. Continue the expansion and attack the electricity light bat race, Zhao Feng ordered as he led several beast groups toward the next target. Zhao Feng won once again after a heavy clash. The weaker beasts were eliminated, and Zhao Feng was able to enslave some stronger members of the electricity light bat race as well. The ancient dream realm might be bigger than I imagined. I'm probably still only at the border of the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but guess after witnessing the size of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng felt that the ancient dream realm was somehow connected to the ancient desolate realm of gods. I shall expand bit by bit. As long as I don't offend races that are too strong, I will eventually be able to reach the inner region of the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng was full of excitement. If the border already contained such plentiful rewards, then the center would be even better. Whoosh! Zhao Feng returned to the ancient desolate realm of gods with some flesh and ancient bloodline essence. Many beasts died during the fights for territory, and their bodies were full of precious resources. Master, give me some more resources, and I'll be able to recover to the level of a demigod. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon arrived next to Zhao Feng greedily. It had already used up all the resources Zhao Feng gave it earlier. After all, those resources were obtained from mystic light realms and demigods, so they weren't very precious. These are yours. Zhao Feng took some of the flesh and bloodline essence and gave them to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. He couldn't use that much by himself anyway. Zhao Feng then glanced at Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan was still at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, but Zhao Feng warned him not to hurry. It was best to strengthen his foundation and break through to become a higher-ranked god. As for Zhao Wang, he was at the late stages of the mystic light realm, the same as Zhao Feng. Furthermore, both of their bloodlines were from the 8 great god eyes, so their bloodlines had improved after entering the ancient desolate realm of gods. Adding on the fact that they used ancient resources to cultivate, their bloodlines weren't any weaker than the top 200 bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. My eye also seems to be changing, Zhao Feng murmured gently. The ancient dream realm and the god spiritual I had both started to change ever since he entered the ancient desolate realm of gods. The ancient dream realm's change was extremely quick, but the god spiritual eye's change was extremely slow. It was hard to even detect, and it was still changing even now. Oh well. I'll strengthen my bloodline first. Zhao Feng took out some bloodline essence from the electricity light bat race and infused it into his bloodline. Zhao Feng activated his Blood Devil Sun bloodline, causing his body to instantly turn red. A twisty blood-colored fire appeared behind him. Zhao Feng used his bloodline power to absorb the different 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines he had acquired. It's not as if bloodlines never change. As long as I keep on absorbing the power of other bloodlines, my bloodline will become stronger and surpass ancient bloodlines even if it isn't one itself. At this point, Zhao Feng's perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline had already exceeded the range of the Tai family's perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Zhao Feng's bloodline contained many other bloodlines to the point where it could be called an evolved Blood Devil Sun bloodline, but Zhao Feng thought that the name Ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline would be better. Like this, Zhao Feng kept merging ancient bloodlines into his Ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline to strengthen it. After a month, Zhao Feng's body was even more red. A dark hint of crimson appeared within his body, and the fire was stronger than ever before as it gave off an ancient aura. The bloodline is indeed becoming stronger, but the effect is still very weak. Zhao Feng stopped using his Ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline and walked out of his hall. The blazing fire golden sheep race had close to 20 martial arts field, and many members and disciples were sparring with one another. After defeating the black-tongued lizard race and obtaining the sky pearl fire ginseng, the morale of the blazing fire golden sheep race had increased, and they were becoming stronger. Senior Zhao. Uncle Qing's voice sounded not far from the hall. We are finally able to see Senior after such a long time. Yuliner smiled. Other than going to the battlefield that one time, Zhao Feng spent most of his time in seclusion, so the green jade sheep race rarely saw him. Senior Zhao. Let's go to the Exchange Spiritual Hall and buy some resources that we need. Lu Yun seemed to be excited and spoke with a pure voice. Exchange Spiritual Hall? Zhao Feng had paid attention to this name when he obtained the map from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race, but he didn't delve further into it. The Exchange Spiritual Hall is a place for replenishment created by all the forces within a certain area, and there are many unique markets there. We are planning to trade some of the items we don't need for some cultivation resources. Yuliner introduced to Zhao Feng. She was very surprised that Zhao Feng didn't know what exchange spiritual halls were, even though he was from the ancient desolate realm of gods. If Zhao Feng came from some other dimension, he should be a demigod at minimum. Oh? I'll come with you then. Zhao Feng was slightly interested in the place that Yuliner talked about. In reality, everything was new to Zhao Feng, and he wanted to experience it all. Senior Zhao, please. Uncle Qing's expression turned to joy, and he spoke in a very respectful tone. The Green Jade Sheep Race Trio was originally worried about going to the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Although the Exchange Spiritual Hall was basically the only fair place in the ancient desolate realm of gods, they were too weak, so they were still scared. Skyfeather Island had a total of 5 Exchange Spiritual Halls. The closest Exchange Spiritual Hall to the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race was controlled by the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf Race nearby. Zhao Feng and the Green Jade Sheep Race Trio arrived at the Exchange Spiritual Hall 2 months later. The Exchange Spiritual Hall was enormous. There were palaces and halls of every color and kind within it, and they were all connected to one another. They even touched the clouds. A powerful array was set around the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Even true God experts would find it difficult to enter by force. There was an entrance at each of the 4 cardinal directions of the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Experts of different races were heading toward the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Most of them were in groups. Senior Zhao, let's go as well. Uncle Qing led Zhao Feng and company toward the entrance. 10 late-stage Mystic Light Realm experts radiating terrifying auras stood before a golden door and scared the experts entering the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Here are your tokens. 10 substandard God crystals will allow you to stay here for 1 day. The guards gave tokens with numbers on them to the various experts. 10 substandard God crystals for 1 day? The expressions of Uncle Qing and company paused. It was obvious that this was their first time actually coming here. While this cost was acceptable to experts at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm or higher, it was very expensive for everyone below that. However, they were very curious about the Exchange Spiritual Hall, and they even brought Zhao Feng along with them. They were obviously too embarrassed to just leave, so they could only spend 10 substandard God crystals. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. 10 substandard God crystals was the entire wealth of an early-stage Mystic Light Realm cultivator in the continent zone. Zhao Feng and company soon reached the entrance. 20 substandard God crystals for a day. The leading guard looked at the Green Jade Sheep Race and Zhao Feng before speaking in a cold voice. Senior, wasn't it 10 substandard God crystals for a day? Yuliner immediately said as her expression froze. Putting aside 10 substandard god crystals was already very expensive for Yuliner. Furthermore, they had for people here. This meant that it would cost them 80 substandard god crystals for one day. Humph. If I say it's 20 substandard god crystals for a day, then it's 20. The big guard instantly released a heavy pressure and suppressed the green jade sheep race trio, causing their bodies to tremble. The guard could obviously see that they were from the green jade sheep race, which was just a lowly 3-star power. There was only one initial stage mystic light realm from the green jade sheep race group in front of him. The other two were a peak void god realm and a great origin core realm. While he couldn't tell the cultivation of the human, this human couldn't be too strong. He would be able to kill all these weak ants in just one blow. Even a great origin core realm dares to come here? They don't know how death is written, do they? Hand over the fees or fuck off. Many experts behind Zhao Feng and company started to become impatient and mocked. Zhao Feng took a step forward with a calm expression. Senior Zhao. The green jade sheep race trio was extremely embarrassed. As expected, even if the exchange spiritual halls were relatively fair, they were just too weak. They were unable to obtain the rights to be treated fairly. Brat, what do you think you're doing? The leading guard looked at Zhao Feng in disdain. Although he couldn't see through Zhao Feng, how strong could this human be if he hung out with the green jade sheep race? 20? Zhao Feng roared in a deep tone as his expression changed, and a strong surge of eye bloodline power shot out from his left eye as he looked at this guard. The guard's soul instantly felt lightning and thunder boom across his soul. The terrifying pressure almost made him faint. The other guards nearby felt that something was wrong and instantly released their powerful auras. But in the next instant, a dark yellow flash of lightning glittered from Zhao Feng's body and released a terrifying physical force. Wang! Boom! The 8 guards and everyone behind Zhao Feng instantly became unable to move. So strong! Could this be a divine body? Apart from the green jade sheep race trio, everyone else tried to struggle against Zhao Feng's physical force. It was as if Zhao Feng only needed one thought to make them fall to the ground. True God! My lord, forgive us. The big guard's expression turned to shock as he immediately started to beg. From his perspective, it was very likely that this person was a true god, and behind a true god was definitely a 4-star power at the least. Even the blue-eyed ice wolf race wouldn't want to offend a 4-star power for no reason, and he was just a normal member of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. 10 substandard god crystals for a day, the guard immediately said. 10? Zhao Feng repeated in a questioning tone. No. 1 is fine. The guard gritted his teeth and immediately said, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Quickly take us through the procedure. Zhao Feng took out 4 substandard god crystals and said, Yes. The bulky guard immediately nodded his head, and the others in line also held their breaths. The exchange spiritual hall forbade fighting, but they technically hadn't entered yet, and no one would care if this true god senior killed them. Zhao Feng and company entered the exchange spiritual hall after obtaining 4 tokens. The exchange spiritual hall seemed like a different place from the outside world. The heaven-earth Yuanqi here was extremely thick, and it could even be considered a sacred land of cultivation. Whoosh! 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 Experts of all races moved through the air. There were small flying machines and spiritual pets as well. Many weird structures could be seen. Some were big and magnificent while others were mysterious and elegant. There were also areas with small stores. As long as outsiders handed over a certain fee, they would be able to open a stand as well. So many people. Lu Yun revealed a pure smile. This is the messaging token of the blazing fire golden sheep race. Find me after you're done. Zhao Feng gave Yuliner a golden red token. True God Skyfire had given this to Zhao Feng in order for easier interaction. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Yuliner took the token and disappeared into the crowd with Uncle Qing and Lu Yun. Everyone had different needs. Zhao Feng needed to do his own thing, so he had to part ways with the green jade sheep race for now. Right at this moment, discussion broke out near the entrance where Zhao Feng came in. Isn't that Shi Feng? The disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. It really is Shi Feng. I didn't think that he would come here. Many experts looked at the entrance. A handsome male with pale white skin and an arrogant expression slowly walked into the exchange spiritual hall amidst the kneeling and bowing of nearby guards. Shifeng, a disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. Although he's only a demigod, he has the battle power of a rank 1 true god. Apparently, he is purposely suppressing his cultivation in order to become to a stronger god. Geniuses are indeed different. People like us who have reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm can't progress any further and have to try and break through no matter what. The appearance of Shifeng raised the attention of all the nearby experts and caused them to talk to each another. The Sky Feather Island Lord was the ruler of the entire Sky Feather Island, so his disciple Shifeng obviously gained much attention. Zhao Feng's gaze also landed on Shifeng. The latter was indeed not simple, to have the strength of a rank 1 true god while having the cultivation of a demigod. This is just Sky Feather Island. Who knows how strong the prodigies of other forces that rule Blue Ocean Bay are? Not to mention the rest of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng looked forward to the large ancient desolate realm of gods. One had to know that there were several dozen places similar to Sky Feather Island within Blue Ocean Bay alone, and according to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Blue Ocean Bay was just a small corner in the Gulong Zone. There will be one day when I will fight against the geniuses outside Sky Feather Island, Zhao Feng said gently as battle intent filled him. Of course, Zhao Feng wanted to see the descendants of the 8 Great God Eyes or even the 8 Great God Eyes themselves the most, but Zhao Feng hadn't obtained any information regarding the 8 Great God Eyes even after such a long time. Geniuses that had a bloodline from the 8 Great God Eyes wouldn't appear in such a remote place in the ancient desolate realm of gods. He, ignorant. Shifeng heard what Zhao Feng said on the way and shook his head with a laugh. He could easily crush a measly late-stage mystic light realm expert, but this person said that he wanted to fight against the geniuses from the outside world. When one mentioned the true geniuses of the ancient desolate realm of gods, even Shifeng was filled with respect. According to what his master, the Sky Feather Island Lord, said, the prodigies of peak 4-star forces or even 5-star forces in the Gulong Zone had the battle power of a rank 3 true god when they were a demigod and were destined to become a rank 3 true god or even higher when they broke through. Zhao Feng didn't bother with what Shifeng said and moved into the exchange spiritual hall. The Dingsheng auction hall? Zhao Feng's footsteps paused for a slight moment when he saw a large auction hall. He had originally been planning to trade some resources he didn't need for some he did need, but he suddenly remembered that there was no point in keeping the 3 substandard god weapons he looted from the 3 elders of the black-tongued lizard race. If he took them to the auction, they might be able to go for a good price. After all, most of the people in the exchange spiritual hall were between the early stages and peak stages of the mystic light realm. Demigods could be occasionally seen as well, while true gods were extremely rare. Thus, substandard god weapons should go for a decent price. Furthermore, the items and resources Zhao Feng needed now were extremely valuable, so it was hard to find what he wanted in the shops. The auction hall might be a good choice for that too. Zhao Feng walked directly into this auction hall. This guest, may I ask if you are selling or buying? A pretty maid at the entrance said. Selling, Zhao Feng said. The maid then led Zhao Feng into a secret hall. Guest, please take out what you are selling, and I will have a look at it. An elder with dark blue eyes gave off cold air as he said with a faint smile. The auction obviously needed to confirm whether their items were real or fake, and they also needed to determine whether the value of the items was worthwhile to the auction. Whoosh! Zhao Feng opened his hand, and 3 differently shaped substandard god weapons appeared. 3 substandard god weapons. The elder's eyes lit up. Someone that could take out 3 substandard god weapons at once was definitely not simple. After all, substandard god weapons were extremely precious even to 4-star powers. The elder suggested to sell these 3 substandard god crystals separately in order to maximize the profit. Sell these items as well. Zhao Feng thought for a moment before deciding to auction off the rest of the resources within his interspatial dimension that he didn't need. Many of these were resources that Zhao Feng had duplicated too many of in the past. Some came from the spoils of war from the black-tongued lizard race, and some came from the payment that True God Skyfire gave him. These resources were too low-level for him, and even the black destruction serpent dragon didn't want them. So many! The elder's expression turned to surprise and joy. These resources were very useful to those at the late stages of the mystic light realm. Although not overly precious, the amount was shocking. Guest, don't worry. Because you are selling so many important items at once, you can directly enter this auction, and the Dingxing auction will definitely sell everything for a good price that satisfies you, the blue-eyed elder said with a warm smile. The blue-eyed elder then took out a message token after sending Zhao Feng away with his eyes. Keep an eye on that person. He's only at the late stages of the mystic light realm, but his wealth is at least on par with a true god. The blue-eyed elder revealed a cunning smile. The auction was crowded with people, so Zhao Feng paid a high price to enter a VIP room. The auction soon started, but since the items were too low rank, Zhao Feng didn't bother at all and started to just cultivate within the room. The auction kept progressing. Even if two forces hated one another because of the auction, they wouldn't attack each other in the exchange spiritual hall. Some of the ancient resources that Zhao Feng were selling came up. Zhao Feng's huge amount of resources was split into several different tiers since that would increase the price. 500 substandard god crystals. A cold voice sounded from the room next to Zhao Feng. 600 substandard god crystals. A demigod with fiery red thick skin immediately called out. Isn't that demigod Chun Yuhai from the Scarlet Sun race? Some people recognized Chun Yuhai's identity. The Scarlet Sun race was one of the stronger 4-star forces in the area. Humph, you don't know what's good for you, do you? 700 substandard god crystals. A slightly angry voice sounded from the room next to Zhao Feng. It's Shi Feng, the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. This time, some of the people recognized Shi Feng's voice, and Chen Yuhai instantly revealed a fearful expression. Young Sir Shi Feng, this one didn't know that you also needed these resources. I will give you 100 substandard god crystals later personally. Chun Yuhai apologized. After Shi Feng exposed his identity, no one else competed against him. Shi Feng then bought a portion of Zhao Feng's resources with a price of 700 substandard god crystals. What Zhao Feng didn't expect was that even more of his items were bought by Shi Feng at a very low price. The remaining items all exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations and were bought by many experts. What we are selling next is a golden yuan stone. This stone contains a very pure metal elemental power, and it's a necessity for creating god crystals. Furthermore, this golden yuan stone is of an extremely high grade. Zhao Feng finally opened his eyes. Something he needed finally appeared. The golden yuan stone's starting price is 500 substandard god crystals. Let the auction start, the host of the auction said. 1,000 substandard god crystals. Zhao Feng, who was in the room next to Shi Feng, instantly said after the host finished speaking. So rich. An increase of 500 substandard god crystals at once. Humph. This golden yuan stone is extremely big, so it's worth that price. Some of the people within the auction discussed. 1,100 substandard god crystals. A blacksmith master thought for a moment before speaking. 2,000 substandard god crystals. An emotionless voice sounded from the room next to Shi Feng. This time, the entire auction became dead silent. Zhao Feng was just too crazy. He first raised the price to 1,000 substandard god crystals right away, then made it 2,000 substandard god crystals on his next bid. Some people even wondered whether he would raise the price to 3,000 if someone else joined in. Who is this person that can take out so many substandard god crystals to buy this golden yuan stone? 2,000 substandard god crystals. Even normal demigods can't take out so many. Everyone wondered whether this person was an elder of a powerful 4-star force or something. Even Shi Feng was curious and wanted to know who was in the room next to him. 2,000 substandard god crystals far exceeded the value of the golden yuan stone. So no one competed against Zhao Feng. He was able to successfully buy it, and he did so because he was going to cultivate the metal of wind lightning in the future. I have an entire substandard god crystal mine in the ancient dream realm, so 2,000 substandard god crystals is nothing. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. One substandard god crystal mine was roughly the wealth of a weaker 4-star force. From this, one could see how rich Xiaofeng was. Furthermore, the Earth crystal race also produced substandard god crystals for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng bought a few more precious items at an extremely high price. At this point, the attention he drew was not any less than the disciple of the Skyfeather Island Lord, Shifeng. Xiaofeng had now spent over 10,000 substandard god crystals. Only true god experts could take out so many substandard god crystals. What courage! This one would like to meet you after the auction ends. Shifeng's voice sounded from the room next to Xiaofeng at this instant. The auction instantly quieted down. Now that Shifeng wanted to know who this mysterious expert was, the latter would definitely give his name. They all wanted to know who this rich expert was, but no sound came from the room next to Shifeng. Although Xiaofeng's impression of Shifeng wasn't that good, he wasn't against the idea of getting to know each another. After all, Shifeng was the disciple of the Skyfeather Island Lord, and at some point, Xiaofeng would need to use the teleportation array that the Skyfeather Island Lord was in charge of. However, Xiaofeng didn't want to reveal his identity right now since almost all the experts here would start keeping an eye on him. Xiaofeng didn't want to go around finding trouble on purpose, so he kept silent. This person. Shifeng had a slightly angry expression. Since Xiaofeng didn't say anything, he obviously didn't want to become acquaintances. He was the disciple of the Skyfeather Island Lord. Even if the opposing party was a true god expert, they should still give him face. Instead, he was completely ignored in front of everyone. The next item that we are auctioning is a substandard god weapon. At this moment, the auction's host broke the silence and continued the auction. The appearance of a substandard god weapon meant the auction's climax was approaching, but it was unable to catch Xiaofeng's attention. The last item that the auction sold was a treasure that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm, but Xiaofeng was already completely confident in breaking through. The only issue for him was what rank he would reach, so he didn't participate in the bidding for this treasure. After the auction ended, Xiaofeng went to the inner area of the Dingxing auction hall and took the payment for his sold items. Although he spent a lot, what he received in return from selling his items exceeded the amount he spent. Xiaofeng continued to walk around the exchange spiritual hall after the Dingxing auction ended. Xiaofeng walked into a few shops that sold weapons, but he didn't find any that suited him. Bows were relatively rare, so their price was lower even in auctions, at least whenever they showed up at all. Xiaofeng suddenly smelled some tasty meat and wine. There was also the sound of chattering as well. St. Pearl Tower. Xiaofeng turned toward the building. The building was even bigger than the Dingxing auction hall. From this, one could see how popular this place was. Cultivators only needed to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi. Since they didn't need to eat, this restaurant must have some unique points for it to be so popular. Let's go have a look inside. Xiaofeng was slightly interested. He found a place where no one was sitting and sat down. May I ask what this customer wants? A slightly short waiter said energetically. He waved his hand, and a screen that contained the dishes and prices appeared in the air. This was Xiaofeng's first time coming, and since he didn't know anything, he just picked a few random dishes. Okay, young sir, please wait a short while. The waiter had a joyful expression. This customer had picked some of the priciest dishes that normal people couldn't afford. The food here seems to be made from cultivation resources and the flesh of rare beasts. Xiaofeng inspected the food of the other customers. Interesting. Xiaofeng smiled faintly. The path of cultivation was filled with danger and extremely difficulty, and there were benefits to resting from time to time. Furthermore, the food here was made from resources. There was no downside to increasing one's cultivation while eating good food. Xiaofeng's food soon arrived, and he started to taste it without saying anything else. Meow meow. With a flash of silver, the little thieving cat appeared on the table. As expected of a greedy cat, Xiaofeng was slightly speechless. Ever since entering the ancient desolate realm of gods, the little thieving cat had always been in seclusion and rarely interacted with Xiaofeng. But now, the little thieving cat jumped out with a hungry expression. Xiaofeng revealed a surprised expression after closely inspecting the little thieving cat. At this time, the little thieving cat was a demigod, and its foundation was extremely strong. This little cat has already surpassed me. Zhao Feng gulped. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws at Zhao Feng. You need a large amount of resources to prepare your breakthrough to the heavenly divine realm? Zhao Feng was surprised. The little thieving cat only recently became a demigod, but it was already preparing to break through to the heavenly divine realm? What kind of monster was this cat? Unfortunately, Zhao Feng didn't even have enough resources for himself, so he definitely wouldn't be able to satisfy the little thieving cat. Besides, the little thieving cat needed a large amount of rare resources that Zhao Feng couldn't supply even if he wanted to. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sighed and revealed a look of mockery. Zhao Feng was speechless. The little thieving cat was saying that it would have to wait for Zhao Feng's cultivation to catch up to get its resources. Just eat and shut your cat mouth, Zhao Feng said in dissatisfaction. Did you hear that the wild ancient secret dimension that opens once every 10,000 years has become weird and might open earlier than usual? How is that possible? It's only been 1,000 years since the last time the wild ancient secret dimension opened. Apart from the tasty food, the St. Pearl Tower was a place where the experts of big forces talked to each another. The wild ancient secret dimension was one of the most well-known secret dimensions of the ancient desolate realm of gods. It opened once every 10,000 years, and this had never changed since the beginning of the ancient desolate realm of gods. The background of the wild ancient secret dimension was extremely mysterious. Apparently, at the beginning of time, there was only one ancient desolate continent. It was extremely large and had no end. On a certain day, a large war between gods and demons happened in the ancient desolate continent and shattered it. Heaven and earth spread and turned into the current fan universe. The ancient desolate continent that shattered turned into pieces of dust that spread across the fan universe. The ancient desolate realm of gods was the biggest piece of land that remained from the breaking of the ancient desolate continent. Apparently, the wild ancient secret dimension was also a large piece of land left behind from the ancient desolate continent, but it had never been exposed to the rest of the universe, and the living things inside still had the appearance of ancient times. The resources there were extremely rich, and there were possibly even inheritances from powerful beings of the ancient era. There's no point in us talking about it. The wild ancient secret dimension is completely unrelated to us. The weakest people that can enter are from 4.5-star forces. Sighs sounded within the St. Pearl Tower. Everyone present had only heard of the wild ancient secret dimension. None of them had actually seen it in their lives before. 4.5-star forces were forces that had an ancient god, rank 7 true gods. The entire Skyfeather Island didn't have one ancient god. Only 4.5-star forces have the right to enter the wild ancient secret dimension? Zhao Feng was surprised. He didn't think that he would hear news like this. Only 4.5-star forces can enter? Doesn't that mean that the secret dimension is controlled by the 5-star powers of the ancient desolate realm of gods? Zhao Feng's heart shook. If a force needed an ancient god to be considered a 4.5-star power, then what about 5-star powers? What kind of heaven-defying experts would they have? Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng felt that he was as small as an ant in the ancient desolate realm of gods. The number 1 secret dimension of the ancient desolate realm of gods is fated to not be with me. Zhao Feng shook his head with regret. Only the ruler of Blue Ocean Bay, the Golden Jade Race, could be considered a 4.5-star power. With Zhao Feng's current strength, putting aside obtaining a spot to enter, he wouldn't even be able to get in contact with the Golden Jade Race, so Zhao Feng gave up this thought and decided to focus on cultivating. He would be able to see the broader lands of the ancient desolate realm of gods in the future regardless. Ha ha ha, you don't need to be so sad. At this moment, a male in white and a middle-aged male with scarlet skin walked into the St. Pearl Tower. Young Sir Shifeng is here. I'll pay for all of young Sir Shifeng's expenses this time. At this moment, countless experts in the St. Pearl Tower came forward and greeted Shifeng. The scarlet-skinned male next to Shifeng was Chun Yuhai from the auction. My master, the Skyfeather Island Lord, will soon send me to the Golden Jade Race. I might be able to enter the wild ancient secret dimension, Smugness appeared on Shifeng's handsome face. This was indeed the case. The Sky Feather Island Lord was planning on sending Shifeng to the Golden Jade Race, but Shifeng wasn't truly confident he would be able to obtain a spot to enter the secret dimension. He actually hoped that the wild ancient secret dimension would open a bit later. This would give him time to prepare and fight against the prodigies of the Golden Jade Race. Young Sir Shifeng is indeed lucky. I didn't think that young Sir Shifeng would represent Sky Feather Island and enter the #1 secret dimension in the ancient desolate realm of gods. When everyone heard Shifeng, they became even more warm to him. Shifeng and Chun Yuhai scanned over the St. Pearl Tower and found that there were people at every table. Shifeng suddenly walked in Zhao Feng's direction. "This friend. Do you mind if my friend and I sit here?" Shifeng's warm smile hid cold intentions. In reality, his meaning was very clear. He wanted to make Zhao Feng leave. Of course, the reason he picked Zhao Feng was because he was the only person alone at a table while the other tables all had at least 3 people. He also remembered the boast that Zhao Feng made when he entered the Exchange Spiritual Hall, so he had a slight impression of Zhao Feng. Young Sir Shifeng, there's no need to talk to him. Chun Yuhai had a grim expression as he looked at Zhao Feng angrily. A measly late-stage mystic light realm was nothing in his eyes. However, Zhao Feng stood up at this moment. "Don't bother, I've finished eating anyway. Young Sir Shifeng can have this spot." Zhao Feng picked up the little thieving cat and left. "Humph. Looks like you know what's good for you." Chen Yuhai harumphed angrily before speaking with a smile. "Young Sir Shifeng, please sit. I shall pay for this meal." However, Shifeng stood there and revealed a thoughtful expression on his handsome face. "That person's voice is slightly familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Shifeng suddenly remembered the cold voice that kept on calling out high prices in the room next to his in the auction. Zhao Feng walked out from the northern gate of the Exchange Spiritual Hall after leaving the St. Peel Tower. Whoosh! Wang! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. "I didn't come here for nothing this time. I managed to obtain such important news and taste the food of the St. Pearl Tower." Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. "Meow meow." The little thieving cat agreed that the food of the St. Pearl Tower tasted good and that Zhao Feng should go there often. "Okay. We'll go next time if we have the chance." Zhao Feng agreed with the little thieving cat. "Humph. You won't have the chance to in the future." In the next instant, a cold voice sounded from a forest several miles behind Zhao Feng. Whoosh! A golden arrow radiating a cold aura shot toward Zhao Feng with the speed of lightning. Boom! Pong! Golden light exploded, and a golden storm started to spread. As expected of Senior Lu Wei, he never misses. Senior Lu Wei's arrow has probably already killed him. We don't even need to do anything. The upper echelon of the family has overestimated that brat. 2 cultivators at the peak stages of the mystic light realm next to Lu Wei laughed with cold expressions. The 3 cultivators all had 2 shared characteristics. They had a pair of blue eyes and faint white fur that gave off a cold sensation. Wang! Boom! The golden storm in the distance suddenly exploded, and a tall youth covered in golden white lightning suddenly appeared. Looks like this person has cultivated a profound body-strengthening technique. He isn't simple. Attack together and kill him. The 2 peak stage Mystic Light Realm members of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race jumped out from the forest. Lu Wei was slightly slower as he looked at Zhao Feng with puzzlement, but since the others of his race had already charged out, Lu Wei focused and raised the golden bow in his hand. Wang! A golden arrow shot out with a whoosh. I truly didn't come for nothing. The Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race is giving me presents even after I leave the Exchange Spiritual Hall. I'll take it. Zhao Feng laughed and activated his sacred lightning body as he charged forward. Cocky! One of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race members mocked when he heard what Zhao Feng said. But in the next instant, a flash of dark yellow lightning appeared and slammed down with a terrifying force of gravity and lightning. Boom! Pong! This member of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race was scorched black and he started falling. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and used part of his divine power as he thrust out. Boom! 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 The palm was like a mountain as it slammed into the blue-eyed ice wolf race member and completely destroyed his soul and body. The other member of the blue-eyed ice wolf race stood in utter shock, and his legs started to tremble in fear. A peak-stage mystic light realm expert was killed in just one move. How was this possible? How could a late-stage mystic light realm do this? The only possibility he could think of was that this youth was a true god expert that was hiding his cultivation. This person's strength. Lu Wei in the distance was shocked. He felt a sense of danger the instant Zhao Feng revealed his true strength. Run. This was the first thought in Lu Wei's mind. Whoosh! Lu Wei turned into a streak of light and shot into the distance. This person will definitely not dare to attack me as long as I return to the exchange spiritual hall. A sense of calmness appeared in Lu Wei's panicked expression. A pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back. Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and charged toward Lu Wei. Chasing after Lu Wei? The other member of the blue-eyed ice wolf race instantly let out a breath after seeing Zhao Feng chase after Lu Wei. However, in the next moment, a streak of silver flashed across him. Shua, a black ripple sliced this blue-eyed ice wolf race member in half, including his soul. How is this possible? This spiritual pet? The blue-eyed ice wolf race member's face was filled with shock. He never would have thought that a spiritual pet would kill him. It seemed like its owner simply found it too disdainful to do it himself. Plop! The body that had split in two fell to the ground. Meow meow. The little thieving cat put the black blade away and took the interspatial dimension away. Lightning wings spatial flash. Zhao Feng used the flying technique and instantly caught up to Lu Wei. Senior, forgive me. I was forced to do this by the family. Lu Wei immediately started to beg when he felt the pressure descend upon him. Although he was a demigod, he specialized in stealth and assassination. Once the enemy got close to him, his battle power would reduce dramatically. Zhao Feng cultivated the Tao of Lightning and trained in a profound body-strengthening technique, which was a perfect combination for close combat. Zhao Feng was also faster than him, so Lu Wei had no chance of winning. All I know that is that you came to kill me. I never go easy on those that want me to die. Zhao Feng laughed in disdain. When one made preparations to kill someone else, they also needed to prepare to be killed. Wind lightning eye flame. A purple and gold fire appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye alongside an undulation of strong eye bloodline power. Boom! Lu Wei instantly screamed when Zhao Feng's soul attack landed on him, but he was unable to continue escaping. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and summoned his divine power as he thrust out his palm toward Lu Wei. Boom! Pong! Bam! Lu Wei's figure was thrown several miles before finally turning into ashes from the terrifying power of God Tribulation Lightning. My sacred lightning body contains the power of God Tribulation Lightning, so the damage caused by the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm is even stronger. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression when he felt the power of that palm just now. His power was truly comparable to a rank 1 true god in terms of both offense and defense. Zhao Feng didn't leave after killing Lu Wei. Instead, he just stood there. Everything within 10,000 miles was dead silent, as if everything was frozen. Illusion Soul Blast. Zhao Feng's eye suddenly focused on a certain place 10,000 miles away. Wang. A purple and gold mist instantly snuck toward the forest. Whoosh! A red flame instantly shot into the air and flew in the direction of the exchange spiritual hall. This person was scarlet and seemed like he was on fire. It was Chun Yuhai from the Scarlet Sun race. Senior, forgive me. I just came here by coincidence and have no other intentions, Chun Yuhai said while flying away. In reality, Shifeng had sent him after Zhao Feng to kill the latter, but he found that the blue-eyed ice wolf race was also planning to kill Zhao Feng, so he hid in the darkness. As long as Zhao Feng died either way, his task was complete. However, in just the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng killed everyone from the blue-eyed ice wolf race that came after him. Although Chun Yuhai was stronger than Lu Wei, he still wasn't Zhao Feng's match. Coincidence, huh? You coincidentally followed me for a very long time. Zhao Feng's playful voice sounded. Chun Yuhai smiled bitterly. Zhao Feng noticed the blue-eyed ice wolf race and him long ago. Even if it was a coincidence. I need to kill you. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold. He noticed that there were people following him long ago, so he left the exchange spiritual hall to finish off all these troubles. Zhao Feng was very lucky that Shifeng didn't come. While Zhao Feng could kill Shifeng, behind Shifeng was the Skyfeather Island Lord, and Zhao Feng couldn't afford to offend him right now. Wind, lightning, eye, flame. Zhao Feng used a soul eye bloodline technique after closing the distance. Boom! A purple and gold fire exploded in Chen Yuhai's face, but Chen Yuhai's soul was stronger than the previous opponent and was able to resist for a while. The kept point though was that Chen Yuhai found the target to survival, the exchange spiritual hall not far away. Once he entered the exchange spiritual hall, no one in Skyfeather Island apart from the Skyfeather Island Lord would dare to kill him. Many experts of different races were lining up outside the exchange spiritual hall. Boom! The sound of battle appeared in the distance, and a terrifying pressure of fire and lightning crushed over. Isn't that Senior Chun Yuhai from the Scarlet Sun race? A non-human expert at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm exclaimed in surprise. Someone seems to be chasing after Senior Chun Yuhai. Which race's expert is chasing after Senior Chun Yuhai? It wasn't just those in line that were surprised. Even the guards of the blue-eyed ice wolf race looked over in surprise. The Scarlet Sun race was also a 4-star power. Although not as strong as the blue-eyed ice wolf race, they were still in the top 10 among the 4-star forces in Skyfeather Island. Sky-penetrating finger. Zhao Feng released the ancient bloodline power within his index finger and fused it with the force of wind lightning. Whoosh! A scarlet golden light flashed through the air and pierced through Chun Yuhai's head. Whoosh! The scarlet golden light kept on shooting forward and killed a weak cultivator from another race in the line nearby. Wang, Wang, Wang. Zhao Feng instantly appeared in the air above Chun Yuhai and released a terrifying soul attack with the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Chun Yuhai's weak soul was instantly destroyed, and Zhao Feng took his interspatial dimension. See. The area was dead silent as all the experts near the entrance of the exchange spiritual hall were stunned. The second elder of the Scarlet Sun race, Chun Yuhai, was killed so simply? Who was this golden-haired youth? Zhao Feng didn't bother with these people and just took out a message token. I'm outside the exchange spiritual hall. Come on. A silver-gray streak of light flashed and landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder. The green jade sheep race trio soon walked out from the gate. What's going on? Uncle Qing felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, but he didn't think too much about it. Let's go. Zhao Feng circulated his intent and covered the green jade sheep race trio with it. Wang. Divine power filled the misty spatial world. Whoosh! The group started to disappear in a flash of silver. Who is that person that can kill Chun Yuhai so easily? Could that be a treasure that can pass through space? The gate slowly returned to normal after Zhao Feng and company left. Next to Zhao Feng's residence in the blazing fire golden sheep race, Wang, Zhao Feng and the green jade sheep race trio slowly appeared with a flash of silver. Is that a treasure that can pass through space? Uncle Qing was stunned. Such treasures were more valuable than others of the same grade. Senior Zhao, we will be leaving now. The green jade sheep race trio didn't dare to continue disturbing Zhao Feng. What a big energy expenditure, Zhao Feng murmured. Even though he used divine power to teleport, it still spent a lot of his energy. The green jade sheep race trio had extremely low cultivations and could basically be ignored. The important issue was that the structure of space in the ancient desolate realm of gods was different from the continent zone, so it required more energy to move through it. If he had used the same amount of energy in the continent zone, Zhao Feng would have been able to travel several times as far. Zhao Feng soon took out a message token. Little friend Zhao Feng, come to my place. I have something to discuss with you. True God Skyfire's voice sounded. Zhao Feng immediately came to where True God Skyfire was in seclusion. First Elder was also here. Why does Patriarch want to see me? Zhao Feng immediately asked. True God Skyfire sent him a message the moment he returned to the blazing fire golden sheep race. From this, He could see that true God Skyfire was paying attention to him. He waited specifically for him to return, so there must have been some important issue that true God Skyfire wanted to talk to Zhao Feng about. What does little friend Zhao think of the exchange spiritual hall? On the side, First Elder revealed a faint smile and spoke. Exchange spiritual hall? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He thought that First Elder knew about him leaving the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. However, he could tell that the Exchange Spiritual Hall was a popular place, so perhaps First Elder didn't know what happened. Only a few places in the broad, ancient, desolate realm of gods were fair. Even experts that roamed alone or those that were avoiding enemies would occasionally enter the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Little friend Zhao should know that the controller of the nearest Exchange Spiritual Hall is the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Right? First Elder continued. Of course. Most of the guards around the Exchange Spiritual Hall were from the blue-eyed ice wolf race. How could Zhao Feng not know this? Furthermore, the blue-eyed ice wolf race that was involved with the auction had tried to kill him afterward. Zhao Feng wouldn't forget about this so easily. When Zhao Feng had enough strength in the future, he would teach the blue-eyed ice wolf race a lesson. In reality, the controller of the Exchange Spiritual Hall is not set. A competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall is held once every millennium to determine who the next controller will be. There is still 1 year left till the next competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. True God Skyfire spoke at this moment. He thought that Zhao Feng would have already figured out what his goal was after First Elder said so much. But Zhao Feng still had a careless attitude, so he spoke up. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He really hadn't heard about any competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. So, Patriarch wants me to represent the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race and fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall? Zhao Feng instantly knew what True God Skyfire and First Elder meant. However, Zhao Feng was shocked at the appetite of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. They were one of the weakest 4-star powers in Skyfeather Island, but they were planning to eat such a big piece of meat? That's right. True God Skyfire gave an awkward smile. He was suspicious about whether Zhao Feng was actually from the ancient desolate realm of gods or not, that he didn't even know about this. Little friend Zhao has been to the Exchange Spiritual Hall and should know how much profit a place like that would generate over 1,000 years. In addition, if the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race takes control of the Exchange Spiritual Hall, little friend Zhao will have some special rights. True God Skyfire immediately offered benefits. Furthermore, anyone participating in the competition has to be a demigod or weaker. Little friend Zhao should have no problem at all. First Elder spoke at this moment and tempted Zhao Feng along with True God Skyfire. All the forces in Skyfeather Island were 4-star powers, so True God experts were the peak experts of every force. If True Gods fought for the Exchange Spiritual Hall and were heavily injured or killed, it might cause the 4-star power behind them to fall into danger. After all, there were many feuds between the various forces of Skyfeather Island, so once a certain race was at a disadvantage, it was very likely an enemy would attack. Therefore, Skyfeather Island set the rule that only those below True Gods could participate in the fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. There was no age limit. From True God Skyfire's point of view, Zhao Feng's strength was basically unparalleled against anyone that wasn't a True God yet. Apart from Shifeng, the disciple of the Skyfeather Island Lord, he shouldn't have a match at all. There would be no problem in him taking over one Exchange Spiritual Hall. I'm very interested in the Exchange Spiritual Hall and can agree to your request, but Zhao Feng's tone slowed down, raising the hearts of True God Skyfire and First Elder to the top of their lungs. I want 60% of the profit generated by the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Zhao Feng's words almost made True God Skyfire jump from his seat. Zhao Feng wanted 60% of the profit? The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was an enormous 4-star power, but they would only get 40% while a single person got 60%. Zhao Feng was ripping them off. First Elder stood dazed and looked at Zhao Feng in shock. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to have such terrifying terms. Of course, this 60% isn't just compensation for taking the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold as he continued, and the expressions of True God Skyfire and First Elder returned to normal. They obviously knew what Zhao Feng meant. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race only had one True God. Even if they managed to obtain the exchange spiritual hall, they wouldn't have the strength to protect it on their own and would only bring disaster upon themselves. For example, the blue-eyed ice wolf race that was ranked 4th among all the forces in Skyfeather Island had 3 true god experts. Destroying the blazing fire golden sheep race would be extremely easy for them. However, Zhao Feng's strength might very likely have reached the level of a rank 1 true god. As long as Zhao Feng helped, it would mean that the blazing fire golden sheep race would have 2 true god-level battle powers. This would push them into the top 10 forces within Skyfeather Island and scare off the other forces. In reality, True God Skyfire and First Elder had already thought about this as well, or else they would have told Zhao Feng about this issue before they saw his strength. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to know everything so clearly at such a young age. I can agree to little friend Zhao's request, but little friend Zhao can't forget about the blazing fire golden sheep race after you break through to the heavenly divine realm. True God Skyfire hesitated for a moment before agreeing. From his point of view, Zhao Feng already had a divine body and should be able to break through to the heavenly divine realm at any moment, but he was purposely suppressing his cultivation in order to become to a higher-ranked god upon breakthrough. When Zhao Feng became a demigod, he would be able to obtain a glorious title quasi-god. The ancient desolate realm of gods had a tier of peerless prodigies. When they reached the level of demigod, they could break through to the heavenly divine realm with 100% confidence. But they suppressed their cultivation and strengthened their foundation in order to become a higher-ranked god. These peerless prodigies already had the battle power of a rank 1, rank 2, or even rank 3 true god when they were a demigod. It was unsuitable to call them demigods at that point, so people called them quasi-gods. From True God Skyfire's point of view, once Zhao Feng became a demigod, he would definitely be able to obtain the title of quasi-god. He obviously wanted to attract a genius like this. Once Zhao Feng broke through to the heavenly divine realm, he might be able to become a rank 2 god directly. That's good. Patriarch just needs to tell me when the fight for the exchange spiritual hall is. Zhao Feng immediately left after seeing True God Skyfire agree. Since everyone that participated in the fight for the exchange spiritual hall was below the true god level, this issue posed no challenge to Zhao Feng. Back when True God Tian Fa had descended to the continent zone and suppressed his cultivation, he fought almost 20 demigods and several dozen sacred kings alone. He was extremely heroic and fierce. Although the experts in the ancient desolate realm of gods were stronger than the experts of the continent zone, it would be extremely easy for Zhao Feng to deal with 7 or 8 demigods with his rank 1 true god strength. Zhao Feng wouldn't reject an offer that gave him a large amount of resources and had no danger at all. Zhao Feng immediately entered seclusion after returning to his hall. Zhao Feng had heard other people talk about the wild ancient secret dimension in the St. Pearl Tower, and this had ignited his will to become stronger. No one in Skyfeather Island had the right to enter the wild ancient secret dimension. Only the Golden Jade race in Blue Ocean Bay had the right to do so. In the outside world, there were 4.5-star forces, peak 4-star powers, and even legendary 5-star forces. I will only be able to see the view of the entire ancient desolate realm of gods when I become strong enough. Zhao Feng's gaze was extremely tough and decisive. The power of his soul had increased and become purer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Large amounts of resources that contained the element of earth, wind, and lightning appeared before Zhao Feng. At the same time, Zhao Feng multitasked and cultivated the divine forming technique, the wind lightning raging finger, the golden Kuin's sacred lightning body, and also strengthened his ancient blood devil sun bloodline. One day, the earth of wind lightning around Zhao Feng suddenly became chaotic, and the aura radiating from Zhao Feng's body increased. This was the sign showing that his 5 elemental wind lightning technique had broken through to the peak stages of the 9th level. This had always been a small bottleneck stopping Zhao Feng. Logically speaking, when the earth of wind lightning reached the peak stages, Zhao Feng's cultivation should also have reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm, but now Zhao Feng managed to let the earth of wind lightning break through while suppressing his cultivation. Zhao Feng didn't stop after breaking through this small bottleneck. He took out more resources to continue cultivating the earth of wind lightning. A month later, Zhao Feng's earth of wind lightning strengthened once more with the help of many resources. Now that the earth of wind lightning had reached the peak stages and Zhao Feng's foundation was so strong, he would soon be able to break through to the 10th level, the metal of wind lightning. However, Zhao Feng just focused on strengthening his foundation so that he could break through to become a higher-ranked god in the future. This was why he spent so many resources to cultivate the earth of wind lightning. One day, True God Skyfire's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes in surprise. He quickly took out a message token and sent a message before flying out. The sky in the distance had turned red. It was as if the sky was burning. A flaming red light with terrifying heat descended into the blazing fire golden sheep race. The leader was clad in scarlet flames and radiated a stunning scarlet light. He was like a sun, and he caught everyone's attention. "Sky Fire! Get out here!" This elder roared as a wave of hot air swept toward the blazing fire golden sheep race as if it was going to melt everything. At this moment, True God Skyfire and the 5 elders charged out. True God Skyfire waved his hand, and a scarlet golden fire extinguished the elders' flames. "True God Sun Flame, what is the meaning of this?" True God Skyfire looked at True God Sun Flame with an ugly expression. True God Sun Flame was the patriarch of the Scarlet Sun race. He had led himself, another True God expert, and most of their upper echelon to the blazing fire golden sheep race. The Scarlet Sun race was one of the top 10 strongest 4-star powers in Skyfeather Island, and they weren't something that the blazing fire golden sheep race could fight against. True God Skyfire, hand over Zhao Feng or else there will be no end to this. True God Sun Flame's eyes were cold, and he had a cocky expression. He didn't put True God Skyfire in his eyes at all. He believed that the measly blazing fire golden sheep race would know what was good for them and obediently hand over that human named Zhao Feng. Senior Zhao. The expressions of the blazing fire golden sheep race members turned to surprise. They didn't expect that the Scarlet Sun race had come for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng? True God Skyfire's eyebrows furrowed. The only place Zhao Feng had been to recently was the Exchange Spiritual Hall. This meant that Zhao Feng must have offended the Scarlet Sun race in the Exchange Spiritual Hall. In the past, True God Skyfire might have handed over Zhao Feng due to the pressure of the Scarlet Sun race. After all, the Scarlet Sun race was a strong 4-star power in Skyfeather Island, and the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was one of the weakest. In a head-on clash, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would be at a huge disadvantage. However, Zhao Feng had just agreed to True God Skyfire's request to participate in the fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Once they handed over Zhao Feng, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would lose the opportunity to rise. They would probably stay at the bottom level of Skyfeather Island forever. Patriarch, we don't know what sinful acts this Zhao Feng has committed. Let's just hand him over. Only then will we be able to evade the disaster. A cold light flashed through the eyes of Second Elder Si Luhan as he spoke to the Patriarch. Patriarch, please place the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race first. Third Elder also agreed. Hand him over. Next to True God Sun Flame was a middle-aged man who harumphed impatiently. This person was True God Giant Flame, someone that had broken through in the last several thousand years. It was because of his appearance that the Scarlet Sun race was able to improve from a low-ranked 4-star power to a middle-ranked 4-star power. Zhao Feng is my race's esteemed guest. If I hand him over now, how will the others in Skyfeather Island look at me? A sharp light shot out of True God Skyfire's eyes as his aura increased. The upper echelon of the Scarlet Sun race in the sky looking down over the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race were surprised. It was obvious that none of them expected True God Skyfire to decline. Patriarch, Zhao Feng is just an outsider. How can you not care about the safety of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race because of him? Second Elder Si Luhan's expression changed dramatically as shock filled his eyes. Shut up! True God Skyfire roared at Si Luhan. He had thought about it carefully before making this decision. As long as Zhao Feng had the strength of a rank 1 True God, then they would be able to survive this danger. Once they took over the Exchange Spiritual Palace, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would be able to rapidly expand. Zhao Feng also played a key part in whether they would be able to guard the Exchange Spiritual Hall. True God Skyfire was betting everything on Zhao Feng. If it worked, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would rise. If it failed, they would have reached the point of no return. Good. Someone from the blazing fire golden sheep race killed the second elder of the scarlet sun race, Chen Yuhai. Today, I shall let you all see the rage of the scarlet sun race. The scarlet fire around true God sun flame shot into the air and released limitless heat. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly sounded just as the battle was about to start. Whoosh! A dark yellow bolt of lightning instantly appeared next to True God Skyfire. There was also a silver-gray cat on this person's shoulder. Zhao Feng. True God Sunflame looked at Zhao Feng angrily. News traveled very fast in the Exchange Spiritual Hall, so it was very easy to distinguish Zhao Feng's features. Second Elder, Third Elder, and a few others of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race also revealed enraged expressions. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was only facing such danger because of Zhao Feng, but since their patriarch was unwilling to hand over Zhao Feng, they didn't dare to do anything. Zhao Feng, the Scarlet Sun race has 2 rank 1 true gods, True God Skyfire said as he saw Zhao Feng arrive. His meaning was very clear. As long as Zhao Feng was able to stall one of the true gods, this battle was as good as won. After all, True God Sunflame had come here with only a portion of their clansmen, and this was the main headquarters of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, so the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had the advantage in numbers. It's just 2 rank 1 true gods. There's nothing to worry about. Zhao Feng inspected the Scarlet Sun race and smiled faintly. The hearts of all experts from both races shook. Just 2 rank 1 true gods. There's nothing to worry about. If a rank 2 true god said this, there would be nothing wrong with it, but a human at the late stages of the mystic light realm said it. Many from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race even wanted to laugh, but they couldn't because they were facing such huge danger. True God Skyfire and First Elder froze, and they both squeezed out a smile. Obviously, they hoped that Zhao Feng wouldn't be scared of 2 rank 1 true gods. But wasn't this a little too much? On the other hand, the upper echelon members of the Scarlet Sun race had extremely ugly expressions. According to the intel, Chen Yuhai had been killed without any resistance, and he was a demigod. This meant that Zhao Feng was indeed very strong. Could he have hidden his cultivation? True God Sun Flame guessed in his heart. This human at the late stages of the mystic light realm was so calm even when facing such big danger. This made True God Sun Flame feel uneasy. After all, he was a true god that had lived for hundreds of millennia, and he didn't act rashly. Zhao Feng, if you know what's good for you, then come with us. True God Giant Flame roared at this moment. Let me see if you have the ability to make me. Zhao Feng revealed a disdainful look. Meow meow. The little thieving cat on Zhao Feng's shoulder also made faces at True God Giant Flame to show its disdain. You! Good. Today, I will kill you personally. The fire around True God Giant Flame's body instantly rose and made the ground hot. I also want to witness the strength of a rank 1 true god. Golden white lightning flashed around Zhao Feng's body as his figure grew taller, and he charged forward like a metallic mountain of lightning. The other members of the 2 races didn't move at all. Second Elder and Third Elder started to think. If Zhao Feng was finished off by True God Giant Flame, then the problem would be resolved. True God Skyfire and First Elder wanted to use this chance to see Zhao Feng's true strength. This brat dares to fight against True God Giant Flame? True God Scarlet Flame paused. It didn't make sense that a measly late-stage mystic light realm dared to fight against a rank 1 true god. Scorching Flame Ignition. Sacred Lightning Dominating Punch. A flaming red light and a ball of dark lightning clashed. Boom! An explosion sounded in heaven and earth as fire, earth, and lightning swept outward. True God Skyfire immediately circulated his divine power to block the remnant power from reaching the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. Whoosh! 2 figures shot out from the center of the explosion. Divine Body! True God Giant Flame was shocked. A measly late-stage mystic light realm had the divine body of a rank 1 true god. Furthermore, Zhao Feng also cultivated a very profound body-strengthening technique, giving him powerful defense. Zhao Feng's attacks also contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Even though True God Giant Flame was a rank 1 true god, he didn't feel good right now. On the other side, Zhao Feng felt a searing pain in his chest as a scarlet fire started to enter his body and burn. Humph! The bloodline of the Scarlet Sun race allows us to send a unique toxic fire into the enemy's body. True God Giant Flame laughed coldly. In the exchange just now, he realized that Zhao Feng didn't have a bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, an ancient bloodline was a symbol of status. If one had a terrifying bloodline, they might even be taken away by peak 4-star powers or even 5-star powers. However, right at this moment, a red light suddenly appeared around Zhao Feng. Boom! Zhao Feng was covered in a red glass-like fire. The aura of this bloodline was extremely chaotic and fierce as it instantly devoured the toxic fire. Zhao Feng's ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline had evolved after using so many precious resources and bloodlines. It wasn't weaker than the Scarlet Sun bloodline that was ranked in the 8,000s of the 10,000 ancient races. What? True God Giant Flame was shocked. He hadn't felt any bloodline from Zhao Feng's body a moment ago. But now, a powerful bloodline had appeared around him. It didn't seem to be an ancient bloodline, but its strength was actually slightly stronger than the Scarlet Sun bloodline. A divine body and a unique bloodline. The battle power of this person is probably on par with True God Giant Flame. True God Sun Flame analyzed based on what happened in the last couple seconds. This meant that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race basically had 2 rank 1 True God experts. If they started a war now, it would result in both sides being heavily injured. I didn't think that Zhao Feng was still hiding a bloodline. True God Skyfire was surprised. Not everyone in the ancient desolate realm of gods had an ancient bloodline. Even though some didn't have any ancient bloodlines, they used their own effort to cultivate to the top. There was a being like this 100 million years ago. He didn't have any bloodline, but he rose like a meteor, defeated all the prodigies of every zone, and finally became a divine king in the ancient desolate realm of gods. The clansmen of both races were filled with disbelief. A late-stage mystic light realm was able to fight against a rank 1 true god? How was this possible? Humph! Let me witness the strength of your fire bloodline. Although True God Giant Flame now knew of Zhao Feng's true strength, he was still very interested in Zhao Feng's unique bloodline. Besides, he hadn't used his full power in the exchange a moment ago. This time, he was going to crush Zhao Feng and recover his face. Boom! Fire started to bubble around True God Giant Flame and radiate a scarlet light. Then I shall let you see. Zhao Feng's mouth curled upward. Wang! Zhao Feng's index finger released part of the Ice Imperial Spear's seal, and he merged the ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline into it. Scarlet Sun Divine Fire. Wind Lightning Raging Finger. The 2 scarlet figures clashed like 2 suns. This time, one of the scarlet figures was sent flying, leaving behind a trail of fire in his wake. That's... Several bloody holes could be seen in True God Giant Flame's chest, and blood spurted out of them. Giant Flame! True God Sun Flame called out. Giant Flame used a divine technique just now but was still at a disadvantage. This shocked Sun Flame. You are very strong. There's nothing wrong with you killing Chun Yuhai. Let's go. True God Sun Flame immediately said and left the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race with True God Giant Flame and the others. Strength was everything in the ancient desolate realm of gods, and the strength that Zhao Feng displayed wasn't any weaker than a rank 1 true god. Now that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had 2 experts with the battle power of a rank 1 true god, the Scarlet Sun race wouldn't dare to fight against them anymore. Everyone from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race stood in shock after the Scarlet Sun race left. The stunning scene they just saw couldn't escape their minds. Senior Zhao had managed to injure True God Giant Flame from the Scarlet Sun race. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Zhao Feng greeted before disappearing. Zhao Feng's Earth of Wind Lightning and his ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline had made many improvements lately, but True God Giant Flame was considered a new true god, so there was nothing to be proud of in injuring him. Zhao Feng would only be happy if he could heavily injure an old true god like True God Sun Flame. Go back to what you were doing. True God Skyfire roared and woke everyone up. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race started to slowly return to normal. None of them thought that the Scarlet Sun race that had come over so fiercely would leave just like that. Everyone from the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race felt that the race was slowly rising, and this all seemed to start when Zhao Feng arrived. Zhao Feng started to cultivate again after forcing back the Scarlet Sun race. With his current strength, putting aside the Blue Ocean Bay and the 18 zones of the ancient desolate realm of gods, he couldn't even roam around Skyfeather Island freely. With the help of an enormous amount of resources, Zhao Feng broke through the small bottleneck in the earth of wind lightning and kept on improving. There were signs of breaking through to the next level of the 5-elemental wind lightning technique. There are still a lot more earth elemental resources. It'd be best if I absorb them all, then break through to the 10th level, the metal of wind lightning. Zhao Feng continued to suppress his cultivation as he absorbed resources in a frenzy. He had already made a great deal of preparations for the earth of wind lightning, so he still had leftovers even though he was about to break through. In regard to another issue, the resistance of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body against God Tribulation lightning was extremely strong since he was constantly using it to refine his sacred lightning body for some time now. Could even store God Tribulation lightning. Zhao Feng could also directly channel the power of God Tribulation lightning from the lightning god crystal into his sacred lightning body. If he did that, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body would no longer be just a defensive method and could instead be used for offense as well. Because the lightning god crystal contains such a large amount of God Tribulation lightning, Zhao Feng wasn't able to duplicate it. So he prepared to absorb some more power of God Tribulation lightning and only duplicate it later. He might also just wait until his soul intent became stronger. At that point, Zhao Feng would be able to store the power of God Tribulation lightning forever. Although he couldn't duplicate the lightning god crystal, there should be no problem in duplicating the misty spatial world. One day, Zhao Feng moved all the resources and living things within the misty spatial world into another interspatial dimension. This interspatial dimension was taken from Chun Yuhai. Its grade wasn't bad. It was close to the level of a substandard god item, and it could store living things as well. Zhao Feng then put the misty spatial world into the dimension of his left eye and started to duplicate it. Zhao Feng planned to give Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan one each so they could leave and go to other places. Zhao Feng also wanted one for backup, so this meant he needed a total of 3 more misty spatial worlds. Duplicating a substandard god item was extremely difficult and required a lot of time, so Zhao Feng spent all his time in seclusion. In the outside world, Skyfeather Island started to become more crowded as people moved through the exchange spiritual halls. I wonder which races will be in control of the exchange spiritual halls this time. I heard that one of the geniuses of the Green Feather race obtained the inheritance of a true god by coincidence and is now very strong. The genius of the Shark Tooth race, Sang Yu, can already exchange several blows with a rank 1 true god. The experts of different races in the St. Pearl Tower discussed who they thought would win while they ate the delicious food. Brother Zhang, tell us about the prodigies of the Scarlet Sun race. A youth who was eating with a dark red-skinned male asked. The Scarlet Sun race was a powerful 4-star force ranked in the top 10 of Skyfeather Island. Although their prodigies might not be as strong as the top 5 forces, they should still be very strong. The Scarlet Sun race will not be participating in the fight for the exchange spiritual hall, Brother Zhang said in an awkward manner. He felt like he lost face when he said this in front of everyone, but the Scarlet Sun race would indeed not participate in the fight for the exchange spiritual hall this time. Brother Zhang, is there a reason why? The friend that was drinking with him asked in surprise. The surrounding customers were all curious as well. The prodigies of the Scarlet Sun race aren't as strong as before. Brother Zhang sighed and said, of course, this wasn't actually the case. The Scarlet Sun race had actually trained a group of geniuses and chose the strongest of them for the competition, but they gave up on the exchange spiritual hall after they attacked the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race half a year ago. All of this was due to a youth named Zhao Feng. He was only at the late stages of the mystic light realm, but he had severely injured True God Giant Flame. Such strength made the prodigies of the race lose their confidence. Brother Zhang had been present as well, witnessing it with his own eyes. After that event, the upper echelon members of the Scarlet Sun race were sure that the closest exchange spiritual hall would fall into the hands of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. This was also why the Scarlet Sun race and the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race weren't fighting. However, no one knew that True God Giant Flame had been injured by an unknown human since the Scarlet Sun race locked down all information. Everyone within the St. Pearl Tower could tell that this person from the Scarlet Sun race wasn't willing to tell them the truth. Although they were curious as to what the real reason was, their attention was soon attracted by other topics. Within a dark palace made of ice in a forbidden area of the Exchange Spiritual Hall, Patriarch, what should we do this time for the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall? That Zhao Feng is too terrifying. He killed the demigod and 2 peak stage Mystic Light Realm experts that we sent out. Apparently, the Scarlet Sun race attacked the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race but returned without even fighting. That must have been because of Zhao Feng. Many of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race upper echelon members were extremely worried. In particular, one blue-eyed elder had a worried expression. This person was the elder that had determined the value of the items that Zhao Feng sold at the auction. Because of his ignorance and incorrect estimation of Zhao Feng's strength, the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race had offended Zhao Feng. If they had been able to attract Zhao Feng over before the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall started, then there wouldn't have been any problem at all, but now, ha ha ha, there's no need to worry. A wicked elder wearing ice-blue robes laughed. The upper echelon members were instantly surprised. Did the Patriarch have some special methods? Come out! The blue-robed elder laughed wickedly, and a figure radiating ice instantly appeared next to him. This male wasn't very cold himself, but he radiated a chilling sword intent. He suddenly focused his eyes, and an icy sword light appeared. The chilling aura from it shook these experts' hearts. It was as if their souls had been stabbed. What sword intent? Who is this person? Just one move makes me look up to him. Many upper echelon members of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race, including demigod elders, were shocked. Gulan, that's enough. Your real opponents will soon appear. The blue-robed elder laughed with excitement. This Exchange Spiritual Hall will always belong to the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race. Within the misty spatial world, for unique sacred powers of wind lightning formed a whirlpool in the air above Zhao Feng. Water of wind lightning, wood of wind lightning, fire of wind lightning, and earth of wind lightning spun endlessly. The earth of wind lightning was the densest, and it was like a wave that kept on tossing and turning. At the same time, these 4 sacred powers of wind lightning spun in Zhao Feng's sacred power whirlpool as a profound intent merged with them. Wang! Boom! A golden ray of light shot out from the center of the sacred power whirlpool and radiated a piercing aura. The earth of wind lightning started to extend and transform into a golden sacred power of wind lightning. Metal of wind lightning. An offensive force that is even stronger than the fire of wind lightning. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. The instant the metal of wind lightning appeared, Zhao Feng was unable to suppress his cultivation any longer, and he instantly broke through to the peak stages of the Mystic Light Realm, also known as a Sacred King in the Continent Zone. Shwa! Shwa! Many resources and items that contained the element of metal appeared before Zhao Feng. He had been preparing these resources for the metal of wind lightning for a long time now. The ones that he just took out were only the lowest graded ones. Wang! Zhao Feng immediately circulated the 5 surges of wind lightning sacred power to absorb the element of metal and increase the metal of wind lightning sacred power. The amount of Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning sacred power increased at an extremely fast speed, and it was soon on par with the other 4 sacred powers of wind lightning. The reason why the metal of wind lightning could be formed so quickly was because Zhao Feng had studied the vine fruit that contained the element of metal to increase his understanding of metal, so this metal of wind lightning wasn't strange to him. Zhao Feng would soon easily master the metal of wind lightning. Wind lightning raging finger. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning sacred power and pointed out. A piercing metal aura flashed through the air and shot forward. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon that was cultivating on the side didn't know that Zhao Feng was using it as a test subject, and it didn't have any time to evade at all. Whoosh! A thin golden light pierced through its arm. This brat's already so strong after just breaking through to the peak stages of the Mystic Light Realm. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had just recovered to the level of a demigod, and its destruction dragon body was stronger and more profound as well. It had surpassed the level of a rank 1 divine body, but it was still pierced through by Zhao Feng's finger. Luckily for the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Feng's finger didn't contain the power of God Tribulation Lightning, so its injury would soon recover. Little Black, I allow you to recover to the cultivation of a rank 1 true God. Zhao Feng spoke at this moment. Thank you, Master. The grudge that formed just now instantly disappeared, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't even get mad at Zhao Feng calling him Little Black. HM? It succeeded. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and a golden ripple of light flashed through his left eye. Whoosh! A spatial whirlpool appeared in the air, and 4 misty spatial worlds appeared. Since he had been focusing on cultivating so much, Zhao Feng only just realized that he had finished duplicating the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng immediately put all the items and living things from the interspatial dimension back into the misty spatial world. These 2 are yours. Zhao Feng threw one to Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan, then continued to cultivate after giving some orders. I need to merge the power of God Tribulation Lightning into the metal of Wind Lightning. Only then will the metal of Wind Lightning become indestructible. This was a plan that Zhao Feng had prepared long ago. Wait, what if I merge the fire of Wind Lightning and metal of Wind Lightning together? A thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's heart. Zhao Feng's fire of Wind Lightning already contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. If he could merge the fire of Wind Lightning and the metal of Wind Lightning together, what kind of terrifying power would that create? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. However, right at this moment, a faint golden light flashed in his message token. It's about to start? Zhao Feng, who had been in seclusion for a year now, almost forgot about the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. After all, a battle against demigods meant nothing to him a year ago, let alone now. Zhao Feng's cultivation just increased, and he had cultivated the metal of Wind Lightning. The fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall would be like child's play to him. Shua! Zhao Feng immediately left the misty spatial world. Little friend Zhao, it's time to leave. The upper echelon members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race were quietly waiting for Zhao Feng. All the regular members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race below seemed to be looking up at a deity. They were filled with excitement and respect. Skyfeather Island had 5 exchange spiritual halls. The richest exchange spiritual hall was owned by the Skyfeather Island Lord, so no one dared to fight for it. The remaining 4 exchange spiritual halls were fought over by the remaining forces of Skyfeather Island Zone. The Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race was ranked 4th among the forces of Skyfeather Island in terms of strength, and it was the weakest of the 4 forces that owned an exchange spiritual hall. It was because of this reason that the competition for this particular exchange spiritual hall was going to be extremely tough. A total of 6 4-star powers were going to participate, but the situation this time was different from before. Instead of the Scarlet Sun race, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, the weakest force in the area, was participating. When the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race arrived at the Exchange Spiritual Hall, they were mocked by the other experts and looked down upon. I didn't think that the weakest 4-star power of Skyfeather Island would participate in the fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Could the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race have trained a powerful demigod genius? Stop joking. I'm sure that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race will send their first elder out to fight. There were always some people in the crowd that weren't strong but liked to mock others. However, it was true that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race indeed didn't have any demigod geniuses. Apart from the 4 demigod elders, they didn't have any other demigods. The Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race had 5 more demigod geniuses apart from their 6 demigod elders. The strongest demigod genius was even stronger than the 6 elders. This genius was obviously suppressing his cultivation and trying to become a higher-ranked god. The other powerful races also raised geniuses like this. Once they managed to break through to the heavenly divine realm, they might very likely become a rank 2 true god directly and lead the race. For example, the Scarlet Sun race, which was ranked in the top 10, had 3 demigod geniuses who were stronger than the demigods of the older generation. Therefore, most of those that appeared in the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall were younger demigods. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't be far off. It would be a big joke if the blazing fire golden sheep race sent out the first elder, who was more than 100,000 years old. I think that the shark tooth race will win this time. Sang Yu has become even stronger. Did you not hear the rumors? The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race found a demigod expert and brought him back to the race. Now this genius is participating in the competition. The strongest forces participating were the blue-eyed ice wolf race and the shark tooth race. After that were the emerald green feather race and the scarlet sun race, but the scarlet sun race had given up this time. The other races were not in the top 10, so no one thought well of them. A large arena had been built in the exchange spiritual hall for the competition. Stone stands surrounded the arena. Only the stronger forces or true god experts could sit on the stone stands. The other spectators could only hover in the air and watch. There were only a few people on the eastern stands, but they were the center of attention. Amongst them was a human with white skin and a handsome face. He had an arrogant and noble attitude. This was Shi Feng, the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. Martial uncle, who do you think will win this time? Shi Feng looked at a middle-aged male next to him with respect. I heard that the blue-eyed ice wolf race recruited a strong demigod genius. They will probably win again this time. This male had a dark and nasty expression, as if he was a ghost, and he spoke in a nonchalant tone. The blue-eyed ice wolf race members were full of smiles. Only one of the youths had a cold expression, and his eyes were closed. On the other side, those from the shark tooth race felt extremely frustrated and angry, but they didn't dare to do anything because the person in front of them was True God Geely, a rank 2 true god of Sky Feather Island. He and Shi Feng were the judges for the exchange spiritual hall competition, and a judge saying that the blue-eyed ice wolf race would win in front of everyone else meant that True God Geely was standing on the blue-eyed iced wolf race's side. However, the shark tooth race believed that True God Geely would stand on their side as long as they could defeat the blue-eyed ice wolf race and took out enough wealth. Sang Yu, preserve your strength and watch out for Gulan from the blue-eyed ice wolf race. The patriarch of the shark tooth race said to a large male radiating a fierce aura. Ding Hu, help Sang Yu. The patriarch of the shark tooth race said to another genius. There were 2 stages to the competition of the exchange spiritual hall. The experts of every force that was participating would enter the arena, and only the 4 that remained behind could progress to the second stage. The victor would then be decided in the second stage. Each force could send out 2 people in the first stage, but in reality, the mission of the second person was to protect the strongest expert of the race so that they could preserve their strength for the second round. Since everyone is here, we can start now. True God Geely said in a raspy voice from the eastern stone stands. It's about to start. Discussion broke out amongst the spectators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 powerful auras instantly leapt onto the arena. Since there were 6 participating forces this time, there should have been 12 people on the arena, but instead, there was only 11. Everyone couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng, who represented the blazing fire golden sheep race. They dare to participate with just one person? Aren't they just going to humiliate themselves? Doesn't the blazing fire golden sheep race have several demigod elders? 2 people would at least increase their chances a little bit. Ha ha ha. This person's cultivation is so low. Is the blazing fire golden sheep race sending him to his death? Some of those nearby roared with laughter when they saw Zhao Feng. Many geniuses on the arena also revealed disdainful looks. I don't know where you get the courage to participate in this competition with just the cultivation of a measly peak stage mystic light realm. The strongest expert of the emerald green feather race had a smile of mockery. Gulan from the blue-eyed ice wolf race suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Feng. It's him. Shi Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Fenger, what is it? True God Geely asked. Shi Feng was a genius that was soon going to the golden jade race with the island lord, and he had been cultivating with even more effort after hearing about the wild ancient secret dimension. His strength was increasing very rapidly. No demigod in Sky Feather Island was Shi Feng's match. Nothing. Shi Feng shook his head and ignored Zhao Feng. Although he had a deep impression of Zhao Feng and even sent Chen Yuhai to kill Zhao Feng a while ago, he was about to go to the golden jade race, which was a 4.5-star power. He might even be able to enter the wild ancient secret dimension. At that point, he would personally find Zhao Feng and make the latter kneel in front of him as revenge for Zhao Feng ignoring him in the auction hall. Zhao Feng had a calm expression on the arena, as if nothing could enter his eyes. After breaking through to the peak stages of the mystic light realm, the strength and quantity of his sacred power had increased, and he also controlled the metal of wind lightning now. The demigods in front of him weren't able to ignite his will to fight at all. The first stage of the fight for the exchange spiritual hall starts now. True God, Gili said from the stone stand, and the aura of powerful bloodlines rose into the air one after another. Let's end it right away. Zhao Feng revealed a cold and decisive look. As long as he defeated everyone, there would be no need for the second stage. He would be the victor as long as he was the only one that passed the first stage. Hee. Brat, let me send you down. The genius from the emerald green feather race that just mocked Zhao Feng charged at him with a cocky expression. Zhao Feng revealed a smile when he looked at this person. Wang. A surge of extremely bright metal of wind lightning formed on Zhao Feng's hand. However, right at this moment, the skinny youth from the blue-eyed ice wolf race spoke in a cold voice. If I defeat all of you, I can become the victor straight away. Gulan had the same thought as Zhao Feng, which made Zhao Feng pay some slight attention. However, the other demigods on the arena all looked at Gulan with surprise and radiated an ill intent toward him. Gulan, what are you saying? The other demigod genius from the blue-eyed ice wolf race next to Gulan said in shock. It was obvious that this wasn't planned beforehand. Everyone outside the arena started to talk. This Gulan, the patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race, had a helpless expression. Gulan was a genius of the sword Dao that he found by accident, and he was taken to the ancient desolate realm of gods from a very nearby dimension. Entering the ancient desolate realm of gods before breaking through to the heavenly divine realm proved his talent. The only problem was that Gulan was too direct and only had eyes for battle. This person's so cocky. He's the expert that the blue-eyed ice wolf race recruited. A genius of the sword Dao. Many eyes landed on Gulan. Sang Yu. Team up and defeat this person. The patriarch of the shark tooth race revealed a deadly smile, and all the other demigod experts started to team up. Apart from Zhao Feng, all of the other demigod geniuses stood opposite the blue-eyed ice wolf race. This person isn't bad, Shi Feng said with a hint of praise, as if he was a senior evaluating a junior. From his point of view, he could defeat the opposing 8 demigods easily if he had the help of another demigod as well, because his strength had reached the level of a rank 1 true god. He could be considered a quasi-god. Kill! Every genius apart from Zhao Feng charged toward the 2 blue-eyed ice wolf race members. Gulan's eyes suddenly changed as limitless bone-chilling sword intent shot out. Shwa! A sword of ice appeared in his hand and covered the surroundings in a layer of frost. Sword of Ice Extermination. A powerful sword intent radiated from Gulan and completely merged into the sword of ice in his hand as he slashed out. An arc of ice instantly slashed toward the demigod prodigies. All of the geniuses felt a bone-chilling pain in their body and soul, and they had thoughts of retreating when they looked at the dominant and lone Gulan. Reversal Shark Strike. Sang Yu activated his bloodline and charged out. He held a big water blade and slashed out a fearsome shark with it. Ice Force Slash. Gulan's expression remained the same as he struck out with his sword of ice. A heart-shaking storm of ice instantly pierced through the giant shark and froze it. Sang Yu's sacred power almost completely froze as the remaining sword intent of ice covered him. He revealed a look of fear and lost all will to fight. So strong! The other genius of the blue-eyed ice wolf race was overjoyed when he saw Gulan was so strong. Sword of Ice Extermination. Gulan waved his sword of ice around and unleashed waves of icy sword intent. The entire arena was covered in a bone-chilling sword intent, defeating all the experts that had attacked him, including Sang Yu from the shark tooth race and those from the emerald green feather race. However, there was always an exception. Zhao Feng didn't move from the beginning and watched all of this silently. The majority thought that Zhao Feng was scared, and he was soon forgotten. This means that I only need to defeat him. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change.